We Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Battle of the Brands Season 2. My name is Michelle, and with me, my co-caster, partner in crime, Stan.
Yep, good morning, folks, and always great to be back for yet another season of YouTube's Battle of the Brands. And as with new season, we sort of see springs, new forces, new clans, and new challenges to the throne. Very, very excited to see what they're bringing to the table this time around. It could be anybody's game. And on the subject of spring, I think, Mitch, the weather today is perfect. I think we've got very clear blue skies. We've got green trees and the birds are chirping, or at least that's what I'm getting, having taken the last peek out of my window during this MCO period. So we hope everyone is staying safe during this period, staying at home with your loved ones, and of course taking full advantage to tune in to catch this epic 5v5 battle royale that is Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
That's right. Also, I noticed you're at the same beach that I'm at. How cool is that, right? Like this.
That is.
This work from home, but we're at the beach kind of setup. It's pretty cool.
Absolutely. I think, it's one of those things, right? If you can't go outdoors, you bring the outdoors to you. And, we do have what is evidently the amazing Maldives on the background.
Evidently. But what we're doing today is we're actually supporting this WHO initiative called Play a Part Together. So it basically, as we're doing right now, we're using esports, we're using gaming to kind of connect while we're apart during this time. So we can, play together, stay connected, and it's a very, very friendly match between our 8 brands. Do you want to introduce the brands, Stan?
Oh yeah, so I think we've got the teams that are participating this round would be when we initially started, we had a total of 8 teams. So there was team Maxis, MDEC, Google, Yoodo, Boost, IPG, OMG, and Media Prima that was playing. But today, those teams have sort of battled it out, and we kind of have 4 teams that are ready to take it to the semi-finals. So we have IPG going up against Boost in the first round, followed by Media Prima going up against MDEC. So
that's right.
I think what's really interesting this round is the fact that, in the last season, we kind of had 2 of the strongest teams that came in and sort of duked it out in the finals. And I believe that was Team Celcom and Team U Mobile. What's interesting is that none of them are actually in this semi-finals this round. So, the crystal ball is a bit hard to predict as to, who's going to really take this forward.
Yeah, so I remember you saying, right, this could be anybody's game when we first saw the brackets and we first saw the participants. And I think that's really true. So in this case, we'll have our first match as IPG versus Boost, as you can see on the screen, at 10 o'clock. And then we'll go into the semi-finals with Media Prima versus MDEC. So out of these 4 teams, 2 will emerge into the finals, and we'll see who gets crowned the champion of Battle of the Brands Season 2. I'm really excited, actually. So Stan, do you know what happened during the qualifiers? Can you give us a rundown?
Yeah, so I think if I really want to sort of look at the track record that's been happening so far, I think 2 teams really stood out. I think Team IPG essentially sort of cruised its way to the semifinals. They sort of took on Yoodo during the initial round and sort of in a very close fight managed to get themselves to the finals, where they sort of had a bit of a showdown with Team MDEC to sort of clinch the semifinal position. The other contender that's actually coming in across quite strong is Team Media Prima. And I think they're very quickly showing that they are an authority, not just in news, but also in playing mobile games. And they sort of met Team Maxis in the first round. And sort of cruise to a fairly comfortable victory, only to meet again with Team Boost to finally nail an emphatic win and secure themselves a slot at.
Yeah, and we'll take you through all of that as when the games start at 10 in just a second. I want to give you some quick facts though, Stan, very interesting stuff. So you mentioned the 4 teams that we're going to see play today. I know for a fact that MDEC, this is their first esports team game. with us with Battle of the Brands for the team called MDEC Lawrence. Do you get the connotation? MDEC Lawrence. It's really cool.
Is that a
they have the
reference to Star
logo.
Wars?
Yeah. It's a reference to Mandalorian, if I am not mistaken.
All right.
Yeah,
What?
definitely
Sorry.
Star Wars. Yes.
Ah, there you go. There you go. Yes, I hear you on that. I think they've been, they come with a logo, as you were saying, and a theme song, which I thought was really, really cool. And I think if you have that much passion and you're willing to actually invest in having these things, it's kind of like half the battle won, isn't it? Like, you've got your own rallying song and logo to go by. Amazing.
Yep, love that. Also, Media Prima, and as you mentioned, right, quite a strong contender. So some of the players are actually real reporters. So it's really cool to see them kind of double hatting, being able to report on like really like serious news topics, but then like relaxing with games. And I think really that's the spirit of like esports. It brings people with diverse interests together. You and I now casting, right? Like, I don't think you imagined this like last year, like 12 months ago.
Oh no, not at all. And still amazed by what this whole idea of Battle of Brands has actually morphed into. And you're absolutely right, Mitch. I think the thing with this game is that there is no one type of person that looks like they're a very good Mobile Legends player. They could be anybody. They could be essentially somebody working a 9-to-5 job. They could be somebody who's an entrepreneur. It just comes in all shapes and forms. And being able to recognize that during the last season, when we saw all the different teams come together from like different industries, but sharing one common passion, I think it's after football, I think Mobile Legends is probably like as far as, or maybe from Malaysian perspective, after badminton, I think this is like one of the more popular esports generally around.
Yeah, this is Mobile Legends, right? Like, so we've really seen the popularities like really spike. And it's something that's very accessible. You can play on your mobile phones at any time. Team Google will attest. We play all the time, after work and whenever we can. So even during this whole work from home period, we've been able to be entertained and connect with each other better. So, you want to talk a little bit about the game as we are about to go into the lobbies later? What is Mobile Legends about?
Oh yeah, sure.
I think we're about to go in though.
Oh, right. Okay. Oh, look, and just as we're going into the selections, the game basics. It's a 5-on-5 game. You kind of have a cooperative. You pick 5 heroes on one side of the team, and essentially the objective is sort of like to destroy the enemy's base. And each of these lanes essentially are connected to on one end your base to the other end the enemy's base. So on the topic of the type of heroes that you can select, it's actually quite. There are like 6 different classes that you have. So you have a combination that you can pick like a tank hero, which is essentially a hero that can take up a lot of damage. You can sort of take like a marksman. So a marksman essentially is a hero that's able to deal out a lot of damage, but at the same time tends to have very low health. So you want to be a little bit careful, and usually it is good guidance to have a marksman accompanied by a tank, for example.
So the tank will be the protector, right, of the marksman, because the marksman is like the most important person in the game.
Yep, that's right. Oh, okay. So we've
so
got,
picks
we've
and
got the
bans.
selection.
Yep.
So Grok, for example, would be a tank in this instance, and I think it's one of the favorite ones. Oh, interesting.
Yep, Grok
and you've got
Heisenberg, right? That's Grok right there.
Your team is banning.
All right. Team IPG is sort of picking a lineup that is looking quite familiar. So I've had the privilege of watching a couple of the earlier games, and it looks like they're sticking to their brilliant basics. So it seems like there is Johnson, which is a tank, and Sonzi. So they're essentially Sonzi is taking Estes, which is essentially a support hero.
I see. Okay. So then they've banned like can we talk about the ban? So like I see Ling being banned, and a couple of others. Like, what's the strategy here, Stan?
So I think Team Boost is going with general guidance of what are overpowered heroes. So like with every season, you kind of have like heroes that are generally OP, or as they call it, overpowered. And Atlas is like one of the latest new heroes that's actually been introduced, and I think he is very, very high on the ban list at this point, because he's one of those heroes, one of those tanks that has a ridiculous amount of crowd control, which is essentially an ability to actually stun enemies. Sicilian which is the second ban choice that they've gone with, is also another overpowered hero. He's a mage, so it's able to actually deal like long range magic damage. And at this point, his first and second skill, which is like this constant barrage of like sort of like cannons that he's shooting across, just makes it really, really ridiculous. So I think they've gone with overpowered ones. I think Ling is a no-brainer. Diggy is essentially also one of those support heroes that are a bit stronger this round. But on carry and on the other piece, it looks like that's something they're just banning that could specifically be referenced to the other team. But it's good to see. So I think Team Boost has opted to go with, interestingly enough, 2 support, 1 marksman, and 2 tanks. So that's going to be quite interesting. And what's in vogue this round is seeing the comeback of like 2 tanks. So typically when we think about what's vanilla in this instance, you kind of go with one of each, right? You want to go with 1 marksman, 1 assassin, 1 tank, 1 fighter, 1 support, for example. But what we're starting to see happen more and more are the pros having an inclination towards taking like 2 tanks. And then that comes with a combination of a sort of assortment of other different things.
That's very cool. So do we expect to see like the games play out longer because there are 2 tanks? So effectively, the tanks are trying to control the game so that the marksman gets the farm, gets the gold, and then gets the items, and then that's when the games start heating up.
Well, look, I think the 2 tanks generally, they're kind of like facilitators, but really, it really boils down to the other 3 heroes that they take, right? If they're going mage heavy, for example, then that sort of tells you whether they're sort of going for a long or short game, or if they're taking assassins, for example. So really, I think it's more on the basis of actually being able to fight it out on being able to hold out longer during the individual team skirmishes that occur throughout the game.
That makes a lot of sense then. So we're in game right now. This is the early phase where everybody just farming, killing minions, getting the gold, getting the items. So we don't expect to see huge fights break out, although we have seen this happen before where someone just wanders into the enemy jungle and accidentally gets caught. But at this rate, I think these players are pretty, I guess, seasoned. So what we might see is just a little bit of trades there, as you can see, like, Team Boost just shooting a little bit at IPG, trying to get that minion in the jungle. But we will probably see some action maybe in the next couple of minutes or so.
Yep, and I think it's just really, really early skirmishes, but I think you're right. Really surprising that no one's at the top lane. But, oh, there we go, a little bit of action.
Yeah, it's just punishing a Boost for trying to take down the tower, but now that they're forced back, they're just gonna trade off a little bit more.
Yeah, but I think you can tell from the early bits that both teams do sort of understand their basic rotations. You can see that the marksman AX Laszlo Lina currently already has a buff, so they're kind of doing their jungling right, and they're kind of farming and doing the jungling with great effect.
Oh, they're trying a little bit to put some damage on each other. I think they're going to go in. Or are they going to go in? No, they're not going to go in. They're just going to trade a little bit. There's a little bit of action here with Yoon P taking half health. And he may choose to wait. Oh, there's some action here as well. But no kills. So taken down to quite low. It's just that they will manage to kind of hide under the tower. Arman has to be careful though. He's a little bit low. He's probably going to go. Yep, he's going to return to base.
Right. I think both teams are still in the midst of waiting to get to that level 4 to gain their ulti, still sizing up the opponent. So, you can kind of see no one is taking any major risk just yet. I think everybody's just sort of getting in the groove of trying to understand what they're trying to get to. Still too early to tell. As you can see from the goal count, Team Boost has a slight advantage, but not noticeable enough to sort of be able to say that it could still be anybody's game. Oh, so Badang's trying to look for an opportunity. And you've got SMEB, who is the Granger. And Granger, as with this season, continues to be the most favored marksman by the pros. His ability, his first skill just makes it really, really, combined with his dash, just makes him really, really potent. So I think bar none, for 2 seasons now, in the hands of the right person, Granger is an absolute deadly character. Minotaur is a bit of an interesting choice.
Interesting.
First blood.
All right.
Oh, we have first blood here. That was a very fast kill onto Lahuziha. So that's 1 kill for IPG. I imagine it was because they caught him off guard. Now Team IPG is heading for the turtle. There's gonna be a fight here. Everybody's taking damage. IPG is very, very low. Heisenberg though takes some damage, forced to back away because IPG's gotten the turtle and they have the upper hand right now. They're gonna go in hard, but IPG gets caught a little bit there. They won't go down at this point. They're just going to trade off some damage here. Just gotta be careful. They already have the upper hand. They really don't want to be giving up kills at this point. So what they're gonna do is really push harder into mid lane, clear that out, and then rotate possibly to the bottom lane or into the enemy jungle here.
Absolutely amazing. There was just so many actions. Like, I think the Grok was like 1 hairline away from receiving that killer blow from Granger, and then you had Badang stepping in and really, really excellent set piecing and footwork over there in actually being able to deliver an ultimate across 2 of those bases, and Johnson sort of like coming in and transforming to stun and save everybody and resulting in no kills. That was actually quite beautiful to watch. So many close misses. That was amazing.
Yeah, I know. And just want to point out here, ooh, that's going in hard on Arman here. They know they can probably take him down, but he has to flash away because the tower goes down as well. So he doesn't have that protection that he needs. So that's 1 important spell wasted. But it's a trade that is well worth it for Boost. So notice, therefore, that Boost has also now, despite being 1 kill down, they are slightly ahead in goal, but this could all change, right? This is just the beginning. This is just 5 minutes in.
Yep. And you've got both mage and support in Lilia and Nana, which is very interesting. I can imagine both of them combined can really, really do some serious harassment.
Turtle resurrecting soon.
Yep. We saw the damage, right? Like, just a couple of hits and then the IPG team's forced to back off. Oh, there we go. Sonzi taking a lot of damage. He's a little bit tofu, so he has to leave the fight.
Right. Heisenberg is turning out to be quite the tank. He is really roaming in all the right places, in just about every game. And there he is again. He's just making his presence felt across all lanes, which is incredible. So good play by Heisenberg there, being very, very mindful of all the activities that are happening on the map at the moment.
Yeah, and Heisenberg's going to be very key for this strat. Ooh, IPG takes a lot of damage, has to leave that area because of Grok's wall. Sonzi, though, caught in the middle of everything, has to flash away as well. We see the Boost team having the upper hand here. Johnson trying to go in from the back, but he's alone. I don't know if he will survive this one. His team is not backing him up, and he goes down.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a misstep there by Team IPG. I think that was a mistimed initiation, and Johnson sort of found himself isolated on the enemy's back lines. Not a great place to be when your allies are in front. But anyway, it is IPG beating a bit of a tactical retreat, opting to go for the buff. Boost looking to sort of like equalize and get this turtle in.
Yeah, and they do get that turtle. So that means they're about 1,000 gold ahead. Oh, there goes another fight. Sonzi will not live this time. He goes down to Lilia. Oh, and Johnson, perfect stun into the middle of 4 people. That's a lot of damage. Everybody's now ready to back him up. And there we go. That's when the perfect initiation, and that's a perfect backup follow-up from the rest of the team. That is a complete wipeout. They will take this tower and they will advance as far as they can as well. What a play.
Incredible. I can imagine if there was a team chat that's happening with IPG at the moment, Johnson's probably going like that lah, guys, like that. You gotta come forward like that. And that was beautiful execution. And Team IPG is really making Boost pay for it with like 2 towers in one sitting.
Yeah, and look at that, right? Like just a couple of hits from Team IPG, and there goes the health of Lahu Ziha. That's gonna be very scary in the next few minutes or so. Now IPG is a little bit braver now, going in and harassing the other team that's trying to just get some jungle gold. Just give him the jungle gold, it's okay. But we do see, IPG really stepping it up now. Oh, Heisenberg takes a lot of damage. He will survive though because he's Grok.
That's right. Despite all of it, and that was all it took, just one particular skirmish, and we now have the score at 6-2 in favor of Team IPG.
Yep, and we see Bumblebila really taking a lot of damage, and Bumblebila goes down. So Bumblebila is Nana, right? And Nana is supposed to be really powerful, part of the meta currently. Isn't that right, Stan?
Yeah, so I think Nana is definitely up there at this point when we think about heroes that are overpowered indeed. So when you think about mages, Nana's always been a bit of a favorite. And of course, you kind of have like Diggy that is also becoming more favored this particular season. Oh, you've got Team IPG that's just taken the 3rd tower.
Yes, they have. And also, look, so Grok's supposed to be the tankiest on this team, but just look at how much damage he takes. He's trying to be at the front line, he's trying to protect his team, but he has to back off because his health is so low. So that's gonna be a sign of trouble, especially as now IPG goes in for Lord.
Yep, and I think Team IPG does have the benefit of oh my goodness.
There we go. I told you. So much damage going on onto Grok. He can't even do anything. He's in fact dead. Sonzi taking damage though. He has a flashback. He's gonna be fine for now. As long as he can deal the damage. And there we go. Badang goes down as well. They tried to interrupt the Lord. They succeeded. But that's a trade. 2 for 1 for now. But still very strong on the side of IPG. IPG is gonna be able to try and take this down. They have to be careful though. They're pushing, they're trying, and I think they know they can go for it. That's as far as they can get, right? But like, look at that, 11-3. IPG knowing that their damage and their tanking and their everything is coming together perfectly.
That's 6 kills in with just 1 response from Team Boost at the moment. Oh my goodness, that goes another one. The marksman in a bit of trouble right now. And all you have, if there is one more wave of creep, Team IPG could really start doing some serious damage to the base. Could this push very well be the last?
Yeah, it could be. No. It could be. I think maybe if they take Lord, and then that really means that they have the strength to really push in. The middle lane is very much exposed at this point. All their lanes are pushed out, and by the time Granger's finish with the bottom lane, they're gonna be in a huge position to be able to take Lord and push really hard. So that's why Grok, as you can see on the minimap here, he's trying to make sure that nobody's approaching Lord. But Lord is now enhanced, so maybe this is a perfect time. Everybody's congregating. We'll watch this fight unfold. Yep, IPG initiating. Yep. SMEB is kind of separated from his team there, so they're gonna have to disengage for a short while. Let them regain some health. Maybe a little bit of dance, Stan. This is the dance. This is the Lord dance. What would a Lord dance sound like if it was music? Never mind. Monster
very
Quill.
regal, I would imagine.
Very regal indeed. They're just taking people out left and right without even having to take the Lord. That's 2 members of Bruce down already. So IPG is gonna probably go straight for Lord. A 3v5 match, they're no match for that, and I think Bruce knows as well, so they're just gonna try and farm out very carefully, push out the bottom lane a little bit.
Yep, and Arman Sufi being the Guinevere is just really being super accurate with her ultimate skill and being able to really keep the enemy stunned long enough for the rest of the team to actually do the work. Team Boost is just having difficulty in trying to put together a concerted counter attack. I think they need to probably at this point try to take the initiative to slow the pace down a little bit. IPG knowing what they're doing every step of the way and taking this full advantage at this point to get the Lord out and hopefully be able to do one real damaging push.
That's a lot of damage, and there goes Grok. This is the final push. This is it, Stan. This is it. They're going down. The base is going down. I don't think the other two members will be able to keep this together. And there we go. First game goes
there
to
we go.
IPG. Congratulations, Team IPG. Fantastic plays there. So this is a best of 3, by the way. So the semifinals means that we got to see IPG or Boost win 2 games out of 3. And then let's see the final results here, Stan.
Yep. And look, I think it was truly a very convincing win by Team IPG. They clearly were the better players. They clearly had better coordination, and they clearly had better map rotation in terms of being able to level up. And that was evident, as you pointed out, in how the Granger was able to do so much damage to the Grok, and that's always a sign that the Granger is sufficiently buffed up. The Granger is leveling up fast enough to really get the items in to deal some serious damage. Arman Sufi, which is the Guinevere, got the MVP. No surprise there. I think he was really very strategic, very spot on with the deployment of his ulti. So that was amazing to see. And of course, I think the reason why they were able to stay out for as long as they did was because, they've opted to actually have Estus, which was sort of able to provide the healing capabilities to the table. You combine that with 2 tanks, you kind of are relying on the Granger and the Guinevere to actually be the ones that are doing all the damage dealing. So it's a pretty interesting strategy because, they're kind of putting this shield, these 2 shields as tanks. They kind of have their healing to buy time for the damage dealers to really go in and get the business done.
Yeah, I'm just in awe, right? At this point, I'm just wow, IPG really plays very well. It's no surprise that they got out of the group stages so easily, and with that kind of tactics and team fight. Actually, their coordination was perfect after the first one where they kind of messed up the initiation. After that, everything was just spot on. Everybody, coordinated really well. Initiation happened. Everybody backed them up. So that was fantastic to watch. I love it. I'm so excited.
Yeah.
Are you excited?
I am, and also looking forward to the next match because it'll be very interesting to see how I believe Team Media Prima would be faring against MDEC.
Yep. So, but in the meantime, we'll see if IPG and Boost, either one of them gets 2 wins in a row. So we're gonna go into game, and we'll come back with a short while. Game 2.
All right. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody, to Battle of the Brands Season 2. We just saw a very exciting game between IPG and Boost. And also, welcome back to Gaming with me and Stan, or Esports with me and Stan. And speaking of which, YouTube videos with me in the title have really soared. So we're trying to do some gaming with me, right? So gaming with me as we get through this very unprecedented time together. Stay connected, have fun.
Absolutely, and I think very interesting with regards to the sort of it's always an opportunity to sort of like pick up new skills and using YouTube as a platform to actually be able to get that on. And I think the ones that are sort of like trending at the moment is and correct me if I'm wrong, Mitch. I think everyone's like becoming a bit of a better chef during this particular time. I think everyone's also becoming a bit of a yoga guru. Lots of indoor exercises as well, I imagine.
I'm not a cooking guru, that's for sure. Let's not get into the details, but we can get into the details of the picks and bans for game 2, which is more exciting than my cooking. So you can see, Boost has banned Guinevere, which was played to great effect in the first game by IPG. So no surprises there.
Yep, we can see that everybody is making a little bit more of an informed ban this time round. Interestingly enough, round 2 only involves 2 types of bans. We've got Diggy and Ling, which has been which Team IPG has opted to go with, and Team Boost. Very adamant that Atlas continues to be a very strong hero, and of course, given that Guinevere was the MVP in the last battle, makes perfect sense for them to sort of put a stop to that as well. And they have opted to go with Camila. Is this Cecilion? Forgive me. I think they're kind of like very, very similar. So which is the OP mage. So that's gonna be a bit of a change from Team Boost to sort of like boost their ranks.
Oh, boost their ranks! I see what you did there.
Yeah, that was. Forgive me. I think it's still a bit too early in the morning. And then, of course, Team IPG again sticking to 2 tanks, but at this point replacing the Minotaur with Kufra. And look, I think Kufra is definitely one of the stronger tanks that there are out there. And I think there's been a greater opportunity and more chance for Kufra to actually surface now that, Atlas is constantly making the list for bans.
Yeah, so why is Atlas on the ban list? Why is he OP? Or is it because it's just a new hero? He's got a ridiculous amount of like crowd control skills. So he has a particular ability where he can actually split his body into like 2. So there's a mini Atlas that comes out, and then they're actually able to stun and slow enemies. So and also I think the base damage for Atlas at this point is just really, really high. So all he needs to do is just really get all the tank items in place. He gets really, really difficult to kill. So you've got Team Boost looking quite vanilla at the moment. So they've opted with Iritel, which is a marks, which is a very interesting choice for a marksman. I've not seen Iritel actually surface for quite a while now. So that's good to see. Sticking with Nana as well, which is great. Oh, Franco. Oh, interesting choice.
The thing with Franco is half of the requirements here is good skill. I think the other half of the criteria in picking a Franco is actually confidence. And when you're taking a Franco, expectations are high, right? Because everyone's going to be expecting you to be able to hook and bring a hero home. So Franco has a hook ability that he sort of like throws out a chain that's able to grab an enemy from a distance and pull it to himself and his teammates. So if you don't do it, and you start get like a bit of pressure from teammates, like, hey, can you like hook better? Then that becomes a bit of a downward spiral because you're like, oh my goodness, am I hooking right? Among other things. Notice this.
Very interesting as well, right? IPG, Harif and Leslie. Very interesting combo there.
and notice the skills and the spells have actually been selected earlier on, and you can see that Team Boost actually has quite a bit of flame shots as well as recovery. So I think historically, the one thing that's interesting, Mitch, is that there aren't just meta heroes. There's such a thing as meta spells as well. So like Flicker becomes like a sort of like spell of choice. But what's sort of like come back in a very big way this season is the return of Flame Shot. So Flame Shot essentially is that skill that you activate that enables you to sort of like fire a fireball across. And what's made it a lot stronger is that they sort of increase the damage and the cooldown, which is great.
Awesome. We're going into game right now. And again, we see Heisenberg saying, "Good luck. Good luck, everybody. IPG versus Boost. This is game 2. We're going to see if IPG brings the second game home, which means that they're through to the finals. But this could, again, very well be anybody's game, right? So usually the first game is taken to kind of assess the enemy, figure out what kind of heroes they use so that they can ban them out next round. So we'll see if Team Boost manages to come back against IPG in this very exciting match that I'm sure will happen soon.
Most certainly, and look, Team Boost has returned looking nothing like the first team. They've got a complete change in the lineup. Both tanks have swapped to now reflect Hylos and Franco. They've got Iritel as the marksman, and they've got Cecilion as the mage. So it's a completely different team, if you will. So hoping to perhaps capitalize on the element of surprise. And sort of like remove any familiarity that Team IPG may have.
Yeah, there's surprise there onto Heisenberg. Heisenberg's taking a lot of damage, though, forced to back off a little bit. You can see that it's 2v1 here on the top lane, so he's going to be very careful, I think, moving just very close to his tower, because those two are just going to keep harassing him, making sure he doesn't get enough farm that he needs. But they're not going to rotate to the middle lane, where they might try and see if there's an opportunity there, but I don't think so. So they're just gonna chill in jungle for a little bit, and watch, wait and see.
You can sort of see the same that from the mini map that the same is happening with Franco and Iritel. Franco is sort of like escorting Iritel to do the farming. So look, again, both teams sort of understand the concept of rotation. Both teams, the marksman from the bottom team is sort of taking the farm at the top, and the marksman at the bottom team is taking the bottom lane. I think there's some activity that's happening at the bottom lane.
Yep, so it's getting dangerous actually for the bottom lane if they're not communicating that everybody else on the lanes are missing. That's where they're going to be at. Karinkin going in under the tower. He will go down to the tower though. That was a little bit early, I think, because they're still kind of low. Ooh, SMEB taking a lot of damage, but Lauziha will go down first. That's a trade, though the tower does some work. They did try, I think they traded 1 for 2, which is not the best thing to do at this point, but one thing I noticed, right, Stan, is that their IPG is really good at rotating. They're really good at reading the kind of pulse of the map. So notice they move from top, they got the tank low, and then they moved to mid where they tried to find like a kill or two. They nearly got one in the middle lane earlier, and then they moved down to the bottom lane to just really try and push. So that's going to be something to watch out for, I think, if Boost does not communicate where their enemies are on the map at any given time.
Yeah, so look, it was a little bit of the initiation. The initiation in this sort of like team fights is super critical, and I think Kufra was like being super gutsy initially by jumping on the tower, but that follow up needs to come up really quickly by the teammates, right? Because that 1-2 second makes all the difference in the world on how effective that initiation would be. But you can immediately see already with Team Boost that Cecilion is really making its mark. You could see immediately just now that targeting the marksman, the sniper just essentially sort of like melted away like really quickly. So I think that's definitely going to be the mage to actually watch out for in this game. I think that could very well be Boost's secret counter to sort of make a comeback and even the score with Team IPG.
Interesting. I want to see the secret counter happen. Oh, there's some fights up there. Someone goes down. I think it was... Oh, they managed to get a kill onto IPG because it was like a I think unexpected, IPG has been focusing quite a fair bit on the bottom side of the map, so the top side was a little bit exposed there. So as we see now, they're trying to maybe have a skirmish. A little bit of action might happen in the middle lane at this point in time. But again, we will see if anything substantial happens. Is the score is now 3-1 in favor of Boost. So notice, right, despite us feeling that IPG might have the upper hand in terms of rotations and composition, that Boost is still doing very well. Heisenberg going in for SMEB, but he's forced to back out. There's 4 members of IPG there. Oh wow, that is a great pull into the middle here.
Johnson looking to start some trouble.
Driving. Oh yeah, he's just driving his way out of there. They're just trading damage back and forth here. Nobody's really willing to commit. Karen King, though, full health, looking to make something happen. Heisenberg gets stunned. He is slightly separated from his team, but nothing will happen. They will just back off and fight another day.
I like how they sort of like stick together very closely, and then again, I think the unseen force to note over here is Sonzi, who is in the very close hook there, and again makes all difference in the world. That missing that by just a narrow margin. But yes, I think the unseen force that's driving and powering Team IPG is really the support that is Estes. So I think it has this particular skill that enables some form of healing for all the members who are in the vicinity.
Yep, and that's a total goes to IPG. Boost tried to interrupt, but Arya takes a lot of damage and will go down. So now Lahu Ziha will not be able to survive this against 5 members. He goes down as well. That just gave up 2 more kills to IPG. So now we equalize the score at 3-3.
That was just a trade that did not make sense. I think they tried to snipe the turtle, they didn't get it, and they lost 2 of their heroes at the same time. And I think Team IPG is again looking to really punish them for that. Oh, but again, it seems like Kufra has jumped the gun too far out into the tower without the team following up.
Yeah, so that's the one thing, right? That if I were to point out something that might be the Achilles heel for IPG, that's probably gonna be it. The fact that sometimes they, don't always get their coordination perfect, but when they do, they're unstoppable. But sometimes it's also very dangerous to lose a member in these fights because you never know when the other team's just hanging around, waiting to get the advantage. So there you go, Johnson going in, and he's going in for the initiate. They're gonna take down 1 member very fast. Heisenberg going into the middle, trying to keep the rest of the members away from Lahuzia, but Lahuzia will go down very squishy. Oh, that's a great AoE stun here. And Boost is bringing it back. Well, they managed to get the final kill. No, Kaleo goes down. Stayed a little too long there, trying to get that final kill onto IPG. And the result here is that IPG still walks away pretty strong. Actually, Boost lost 4 members to that fight there. Not the best. They managed to trade, get 1 kill out of the back of that, but still not the best fight in terms of trying to equalize the positions.
I was a bit surprised, to be honest. It really looked like Boost had gotten IPG into a cluster. You could see Cecilion on the outside really dishing out the damage and doing so for a really long time, unharassed. And for some reason, the damage just did not come through. And they could not pack enough of a punch, despite having IPG clustered together to take the damage in bulk, to be able to finish off kills. And that just went on for long enough, proving again, I think, what Team IPG's is really trying to go for here is the 2 tanks and support to just last long enough for the damage dealers. So I think if Team Boost really wants to be able to make a difference here, I think they gotta ignore the support, they gotta ignore the 2 tanks and just really go for the marksman.
Ooh, Kaleo here getting very low. Lahuzia goes in to try and save his teammate. They're gonna have a fight right now. There's perfect time to initiate. It's in a narrow corner. Everybody's clumped up together. They're gonna fight under the tower, but IPG gets a kill off of that, and now Boost is forced to back off a little bit. They're unable to come back from that despite being so close to their tower. And IPG is still fairly strong, so they're going to continue this push here.
It's really interesting. Again, they somehow still feel very confident in they just feel a lot more durable, and despite a scrap like that near a tower, they're still able to take it down. Oh, good play.
That was a
And
surprise.
I think that
Yep.
it's a good position for Boost. The damage dealer for IPG is down.
Yeah, and one more person from Boost goes down. Now Uziha takes too much damage there in this fight. They're still gonna go for it though. They have to defend this middle lane. Arman Sufi taking a lot of damage, has to run away. There's also a flicker away at the same time. But Arman Sufi again, very tanky here. Sonzi might go down to that final kill, but that's a 1-for-1 trade. Not sure if super worth it. The fact that he had to die to get one kill for Boost. But
Yeah.
as you notice, right, like the goal score stat is not too huge of a difference at this point, despite the kill count being 10-8.
Absolutely, and I think it's still anybody's game at this point. It is. There is a slight advantage for IPG, but it's not big enough to be able to rule the game very clearly in their favor. But I really thought Arman Sufi, who was playing Harith just now, stood out. I think he really went in and reminded Team Boost that the sniper's not the marksman's not the only player in the game that's capable of dealing damage. And I think he took down 2 kills of its own. Oops!
Oh.
Spoke too soon. Might have accidentally jinxed him as he went in down as he's just gone down to Cecilia.
Yeah, the power of the power of the casters jinxing the game. So we better be careful what we say. If we predict certain things, it might just come true. Just saying. Heisenberg here, solo taking down the tower, and giving Boost a little bit of advantage, but Bumblebee gets caught out and will get killed. Now, Heisenberg has to be careful. He's separated fully. He is running for his life. He's even taking tower damage, just trying to be safe, and he will escape for this moment.
Priorities. So look, it would not have been a good trade if they sort of took down 1 tower in exchange for 2 heroes. So I think that was pretty much an eye for an eye. Team
right.
IPG is moving to capitalize on a lot. A bit surprising that Team Boost is sort of just congregating at the bottom lane. Trying to finish off the tower. But that's one tower down.
IPG, IPG is gonna just go in for the middle tower, which is exposed. So congregating in one area may not be the best thing for a defending team at this point.
Yeah, you kind of had to wonder what were they trying to achieve with 4 folks hanging out at the bottom. In that regard, I think Team IPG has clarity in terms of where they want to go, and what they essentially want to be able to achieve. But I think all the stars are aligned here. Oh, good hook by Franco.
Oh, that's a very good stun as well, but Lauzia goes down too fast here. Team IPG very much tanky, very much alive, although SNEB does go down. Yum will go down as well. Arman Sufi, I spoke too soon again. They're forced to back off despite having a little bit of an upper hand earlier. That's a lot of damage that Boost manages to deal out. So right now, I think Boost can come back from this. I'm making a custom prediction again, right? So let's see if this comes true.
And look, I think, and I hope we're not jinxing anybody, but you would have noticed that all the difference in the world was made earlier by a very good hook by Franco. So, it was one of those instances where Team IPG got a bit too close to the tower, and, and Team Boost dictated the terms of the initiation and saying, no, it starts now, and pulled Kufra to the bottom of the tower, forcing the rest of the team to actually engage. So, that was the defining moment that sort of allowed Team Boost to actually equalize. And at this point, the score is tied for 11-11. Goal counts are about the same. Super, super exciting to actually be able to see if Boost is able to equalize the score this round. Oh, again, so close.
That's right. They're now looking to angle for a team fight. I think, like you said, right? Like who initiates first makes all the difference. So if they're in a position that's advantageous, for their team, and Boost manages to initiate first, that's when things can get interesting, and a little bit dangerous for IPG. So as you can see, items and gold. Any comments there, Stan?
Yeah, I think it's holding the same at this particular point. But I think Iritel's been a little bit on. Oh,
Clalio gets
just
caught
got
out and goes down.
a little bit too far away from the rest of the group.
Yep. Now
So look,
IPG is
it's-
gonna
it's-
go in a little bit aggressive though, because notice that it's now 5v4, and that's why they chose to go under the tower. I spoke to Sil again. Like aggression, great. Under the tower, maybe not so great. But Heisenberg goes down. They're still pushing in. They think they can get another kill off of that. They do, but they don't manage to get the tower yet. They will try and get that one down. And if they get this tower down, that means that the advantage now swings to IPG, because
Yep.
not only are they 4 members up, they also have super minions coming in on the way.
Yep. And look, I think that's where I think Team IPG is doing the right thing in that sense. They know how to ride the waves. Look, there's no point hanging in front of the tower if you don't have any creeps to come to help you push those towers. Then that's the point where you're better off disbanding and going off to look for creeps, as is what is evident of what Team IPG is doing. So only push if there's a wave. Otherwise, don't waste time. Like reallocate, go back to your lanes, go back and jungle and level up. And I think
That's
they
right.
kind of do have also some accuracy in targeting, because notice that they went for the marksman first. They went for Iritel first, and when Iritel had to back off, ultimately all you had and all Team Boost had was like 2 tanks holding the fort but not able to dish any damage. So, against a durable combination, a combo that Team IPG is deploying, that's like the perfect sort of engagement they want.
Yep, that's right. And now Lord has resurrected. So this is gonna be the Lord dance again. Stan, you asked me what a Lord dance is, right? This is the Lord dance. This is where you move slightly to the left, slightly to the right, trying to see where your enemy is going. Are they gonna go in for the Lord? If they are, do we attack? And that is the Lord dance.
That is amazing. I shall look forward to seeing many more Lord dances to come.
Oh, the car is
And,
up. The car is up, and he does not go in. He just knocks into a barrier.
A tactical cancellation, perhaps, and it was not the most opportune timing to be going in.
Tactical
Alright, are they looking to-
cancellation.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, forgive me.
B
it's too
plus,
early.
Mitch. B
Yes,
plus.
okay. Lord is being taken, or attempted to be taken. There goes a beautiful hook again by the side of Bruce. Lao Zihado very much in the middle of that dice first, as well as Heisenberg going down. IPG now taking some damage from Lord, so that's gonna be tough, but they might get a full sweep on Boost, who tried to interrupt Lord here, but did not manage to do anything successful. Lord is still alive, but now IPG is standing at the base. This is probably it. There's 30 seconds for them to respawn, but the minion wave is coming in from the middle lane here. This might be game.
This is it. This
And
is
it
it. And
is.
IP has gone on to score an emphatic victory and are moving to the finals. Congratulations to Team IPG.
Yeah, congratulations IPG, our first team to go on to the finals of Battle of the Brands Season 2. Let's take a look at the results here. And wow, look at Harith. Look at his score, man.
Yeah, look, I'm just trying to figure out what is going on here, because all said and done earlier on, I think Team Boost should have won that engagement at the point where they were actually going against the Lord. So I just can't help but figure out if there's something that didn't quite go well with the team combo that they have, in a form where they did not have sufficient damage dealers. Or was it a situation where, I think the Iritel was just perpetually put under so much duress that they were not able to deal enough damage, just ultimately just got cancelled out as the fight started.
Yeah, I mean, despite the very good hooks, right? So we saw a lot of good hooks from Franco, really initiating. It worked out in one fight, but in the other fight, it just did not work out because, I guess they were fighting with just not enough power. They just didn't have what it took in terms of items, in terms of like composition and all of that.
And it becomes very clear now that I think the Arman Sufi is the player to actually watch out for as they move to the finals consistently, be it using Guinevere or be it using Harith. He has proven himself to be an expert mage, really really capable of dealing out some serious damage.
That's right. So very very good game here by IPG. And they will move on to the finals, which will happen roughly around 1 p.m. But then we will see the next game and the next series being played out between Media Prima as well as MDEC. So that's going to be something to watch. We'll move into that series in about maybe like 10-15 minutes or so. So we're gonna probably take a short break after this. But Stan, do you want to say anything else before we move into a quick break? You wanna any last?
No, absolutely.
Words?
Looking forward to what the next game is actually going to be looking like. So you've got Team Media Prima and you've got Team MDEC, and look similarly. I think in this instance, from a track record perspective, Team Media Prima is a little bit like the IPG in this regard. They sort of cruised all the way to the top as well. So I think they're going in as the heavyweight team in this regard. So I'm just wondering because on the other hand, I think Team MDEC has a lot of heart. They have a lot of dedication. As she's rightfully highlighted, they actually have their own logo and their own team song. And I no doubt there has been enough games to have been played at this point to actually be able to actually sort of get a sense of how the other enemy is actually going to behave. So again, looking forward to how essentially that banning is going to come across.
Yep, that's going to be exciting. But now let's take a quick break and we'll come back later with MDEC versus Media Prima. Stay tuned.
Castle
Welcome back to Battle of the Brands Season 2. I'm your commentator, Michelle, as well as my fellow commentator friend, Stanley.
We were just so excited and we were just so blown away by all the games that we played so far that we have morphed into potatoes. Amazing.
Yes.
Amazing.
We are the commentators, taters, you know, tater tots? I felt I had to
Tater
explain
tots?
this joke a little bit. Yeah. They're made of potatoes, which we are right now, so we're the commentators.
Mash up those jokes, Mitch. Mash it away.
Mash myself because I'm a potato. That's a little bit weird. But anyway, we're going into the second series of the semifinals, and this is Media Prima versus MDEC for a best of 3. And we saw just now in the first series we had IPG versus Boost, with IPG taking a score of 2-0 and therefore advancing into the finals. Stan, any thoughts, any recaps, anything you thought was particularly interesting to you and what you want to see for this round, MDEC versus Media Prima?
Yeah, so look, I think on the previous game, if I kind of had to crystal ball a little bit, I think you're gonna kind of have like Team IPG going on with what works for them. I think they kind of have that down in terms of like having those 2 tanks and having support and a mage to actually like be, and a marksman to be able to deal that damage. The MDEC and Media Prima piece. So look, again, Media Prima is clearly the team that has come out really dominant. I think they've got one player to watch out for, which was iNoob that played carry. And although MDEC initially went down to Team IPG in the early games, they sort of really came back roaring with a score of like 30-14 versus Yoodo, if I'm not mistaken. And I think they've got a team member on their side, Coco Jelly, and if you look at his track record, I think he's been MVP once. He's gotten like gold medals through and through. So I think he's been like super consistent. What I think I would love to see more this round. So Mitch, I think season 16 and probably what the most significant changes are it's touted to be a season where it's the return of assassins. So I think they've made the heroes, all the assassin heroes, a lot stronger this round. Most notably, we have Hanzo, who's actually undergone a bit of skill change, and then you've got Natalia. So Natalia's had her, she's a lady with the 3 claws. She's had her passive damage improved, and she's also, she's got her ability to silence. So, essentially, she's able to silence to prevent people from casting spells. So the silence duration has also been extended. Lancelot is something that's a bit of my personal favorite. I've been practicing with it a little bit as well during this period of during this MCO period. So really strong now. They sort of gets like a 30% damage increase every time he makes a dash. So the thing with that is all of Lancelot's skills, when you think about it, are really dashes. So hopefully we'll be able to see more assassins come into the fray this time round. And I'm very, very keen to see what the team selection and composition is going to be, because both of these teams generally, hopefully they would sort of like mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. It sounds like there's going to be a lot of fast-paced games, especially if assassins are involved. So interesting tactics, creeping up behind the enemy, going into their jungles. going to find the right opportunity to initiate, that's going to be very interesting. We see a lot of support in chat, by the way, for both Media Prima and MDEC. These are two teams that, you know, people are very keen to witness, especially as you said, right? Like, they've proven in the qualifiers to look really strong. And Media Prima especially has a history of you know, their players are reporters, as I mentioned at the start, and one of the players, his name is Hazril. So he used to write a lot of esports related content for the Harian Metro, and then he moved to Prima's My Game On. So they're all very familiar with the space, very familiar with the industry. It's no surprise that they had decided to play competitively in Mobile Legends tournaments.
It's so wonderful, isn't it, when skill sets align with fun? You know, you kind of on one hand are working to cover it, on the other hand you're covering potentially a favorite topic. And look, let's not mistake, and there's no mistaking the passion that Team Media Prima has for love of the game, right? Because it is always evident when you see how the team actually comes together and how they play with conviction. And that's not something that you do if you're not interested in the game, right? That's, you know, clearly if you're showing those sort of chops and those sort of caliber, you would be an enthusiast that, you know, plays on a regular basis.
I think that's what we are, right? Like you and me, we're enthusiasts. We play on a regular basis. We're kind of we try and play seriously sometimes, but, you know, ultimately for us it's like fun and games, and it's great.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we are now moving into the team selection, and this is it. This is going to be super interesting.
Is banning.
So they've taken the first step in banning Selena, which is interesting because you know, if I've read correctly, Selena has essentially undergone quite a bit of nerf this season, so should not be seen as much of a threat. Diggy makes sense. Diggy is again one of those considered OP heroes from a support perspective this particular season.
Why is Diggy like a OP hero from a support perspective?
I'm not sure. I think there's been a bit of a skill increase, to be honest. And look, every season they sort of like rotate the skills a little bit. They make like little tweaks. But you know, when we say OP as well, they always tend to be very balanced mixes. It doesn't mean that they will come out and just absolutely be ruining everything. They still need to actually be able to work for it. I am just finding Team MDEC's choice in banning really interesting. I think they're making an informed decision. I think this is something that's very specific, perhaps to the style that Team Media Prima is playing.
Interesting. So you think that they will have a composition that works towards that? Oh, Kufra coming
Your
out.
team is picking.
Yep, almost certainly. Look, banning Nana, I think that was the one where Coco Jello got the MVP for, and was the character that Coco Jello was actually using. So I think, yes, I think the selection here is very tactical. No one's banned Atlas. Oh, that's interesting. That is interesting. And Ainoob was one of the stronger players from Team Media Prima.
Very interesting. Like, I
Yoodo.
haven't actually seen Atlas in action in any match so far. So this is going to be cool.
Yeah, looking forward to see you know, how that this I think this is the first time in the tournament we've actually seen Atlas in action. So look, right off the bat, you know, it looks like Team Media Prima already has like two characters that are a little bit OP this round. They have Cecilion and they have Atlas. So I think I kind of feel like they're making all the right picks. And then you know, there is also, of course, Kufra from Team MDEC, so that's always a favorite. Very interesting to see how Iritel has made so many entrances during this round of the game.
Your team.
Yeah, is
And
it like
Angela.
a popular pick in normal games nowadays? Have you seen a lot of Iritel?
No, I think it's definitely a good character to play. But they say that the sort of overpowered heroes for marksman this round is 1/1 and Granger. So Iritel's a good pick, but not an OP pick. But look, by no means, if you're taking like overpowered characters, it guarantees the win, right? It just means you kind of really need to know how to use it as well. And I think, granted, some of these characters are still like relatively new. What I like about MDEC mixing it up a little bit is their selection of Angela. So that's gonna be quite interesting to see. That's a very cool support hero. Angela has this teleportation skill that enables herself to be embedded into another hero and sort of like fire waves. So you never really know she's there until it's a bit too late. And when you're realizing like, why is this particular hero so difficult to kill? It's because Angela is sort of like in there already. They've gone with Xborg and Hilda. Xborg is my favorite. He's a fighter, but he's also a bit of a tanker that can never really die. And so he's just always there. He never really kills. He's a bit of a harasser, but an all round good player, an all round lane balancer, if that makes sense.
Very cool, very cool. And the other additional bans are like Granger and Ling, which are, I guess, quite common bans at this point, as you mentioned, right? So Granger is a strong marksman in this meta, especially.
Yep. So it's looking a bit like Team Media Prima has gone with 2 tanks, 1 mage, 1 marksman, and 1 fighter. So that's relatively balanced. And I believe Team MDEC has gone with 1 tank, 2 fighters, 1 support, and 1 mage. Was it a mage, if I recall correctly?
I think it was a mage. Yeah. We'll see
yeah.
it when we go into the games. But this is exciting. Couple of things to look forward to that I'm personally interested in is, of course, Atlas. What that pick, never seen it played before. And you mentioned, right, like it doesn't mean that if you pick an OP player, it means an OP hero. It means that you'll win the game automatically. Because ultimately, as we saw in the first series, it's about how well you coordinate, how well you win your team fights, how well you talk to your teammates about when to initiate and when to go in. So we're moving into game right now, and let's take a look at what is going to be an exciting match. MDEC versus Media Prima, Game 1.
Yep, and we've got Sylvana, the fighter of choice from Media Prima, charging down the lane with her lance.
Charging down the lane with her lance. Looks really good though, the skin. Very pretty. You see 3 people here trying to get the red buff. And they're gonna give it to the marksman. Yep.
Opted to really give all the support to push up the carry as much as possible. So interesting to have 2 tanks roaming with the marksman. So that's gonna be a pretty interesting strategy. I wonder if their item buys are roaming as well, so that they're pushing up carry to level up as quickly as possible.
Oh, and that's gonna get caught out
ouch.
here. There's 3 members. Flickers away just in time. Opts to stay at the tower, but remember there's 3 members of Media Prima sort of roaming here, so he's gotta be careful. A tower dive is very likely if a minion wave comes up.
I feel like it's a bit of a fair trade. I think the Xborg was really never meant to. He's a very good lane harasser. Like he's capable of staying in lanes where it's 1 versus 2, and to buy time for his other allies to actually be able to level up very quickly. I thought it was a little bit unnecessary for 3 heroes to linger at the top lane for that long, but they moved on, and I think they're getting back. They're going back to receiving their buffs.
Yeah, maybe there's a strategy here that we're not seeing just yet. Still fairly early on. You see Kufra kind of just hanging around waiting for his minion wave so he can push. There's a little bit of a skirmish here. Oh, there's a stun as well. I don't think they'll get this kill because even though it's 4v2... Ooh, gotta be careful there, MDEC. Even though it's 4v2, it's still very, very early. So a couple of members have not gotten their ultimates yet. They're gonna try and do that before they really engage.
Yeah. I think Team Media Prima is looking to score in some early kills to sort of disrupt the enemy a little bit. So, it's a matter of finding the right timing to actually be able to receive a bit of the payoff. But that also comes at the expense of the other team members essentially leveling up at their respective lanes. So we'll see how that goes. Love the usage by the Sylvana by Chameleon earlier on the flame shot, attempting to actually steal the enemy's buff while they were actually trying to farm the center buff.
Turtle resurrecting soon.
Oh, they're trying to get this final kill here on Export, but Export will get away just in time. So nothing happening, not much action just yet. Just a couple of engaging, disengaging. Turtle is up though, so Team Media Prima is going in for it right now.
Blood.
Oh, first
Really
blood.
interesting. Yep, I think that's the Sylvana, who was one level higher than the Kufra, and I think leveraging on that to make the kill. But it's really interesting
So
to
that
see
lane, yep.
Team Media Prima sort of like banding together so early in this game. Like, but at the same time, they do look like they're not. They do know that their rotation and their jungling. So when you see the white spot that's actually happening where the Atlas and Cecilion is at the moment, it means that creep's appearing in like 15 seconds. So I think they're timing it pretty well. Oh, another flame shot over there.
That means they've
that's-
played fairly long to time it with such accuracy, right?
Yep, and the score is 2-0 now for Media Prima. I think they clearly have their jungling strategy right, because you can see the goal balance, the goal difference is really starting to grow. I think what's a little bit odd here is having Kufra solo at the bottom. So the score now is like 0-3 at this point.
Yep, and I think
And the
Media
tower
Prima
down.
is widening. Yep, so widening the gold lead. They're gonna get a little bit stronger than MDEC, and they're gonna be able to initiate really, really soon. But there's a little bit of a fight breaking out here, trying to steal the buffs as an enemy turret goes down as well. Not in favor of MDEC. Oh, there we go. A kill on Coco Jello, which you said was like the main, player of MDEC. Triple kill coming in. Like I said, Media Prima knows they have the advantage, especially the goal advantage, the item advantage, as well as the levels at this point. So now they're just gonna go in. They know they can take the tower down as well as the members of MDEC here, so they're gonna just go all out, take those two things down, and then now potentially hang out here as they try and take another tower to get the advantage even wider in their favor.
The score is 7-0. No reply from Team MDEC as of yet. They really need to start getting in there to win a couple of skirmishes, because this game is starting to play itself out, and it's starting to look like Media Prima are clearly a class above, as a team.
Yep, a turtle going as well to Media Prima, even widening this goal gap even further. So I mean, I still think MDEC has a chance at turning the table, turning the tides around. If they play in a way that doesn't let them get caught out by members of Media Prima, really trying to figure out where they are, moving maybe in a counter direction just to try and get their goal up a little bit higher in terms of items as well, right? So clearly Media Prima has the advantage. Anything you spot that's interesting here?
I think I think Team MDEC is starting to band together. So you've got three heroes that are at the bottom lane, but then you kind of have to wonder why. And again, like when Team Media Prima bands together, there's always something to do. There's always an
breaking out
opponent to
here.
gank.
Mike's breaking out. There's like a lot of damage coming out, and that goes down. There are already 2 players down, 3 players down, 4 players down, and only 1 person left to defend. Xbox not gonna be able to stand there and take all that damage. They are probably gonna get this tower here, but they're choosing to go in and finish off the kill. I don't think that's the best idea, as they know, so they're backing off a little bit. Take the tower, go back, get another few objectives in the jungle, and then, heal up, call it a day. There's another fight, and the Media Prima is looking really strong at this point.
Yep, iNoob proving to be the player to watch out for, and deserving of that mantle, walking around with triple buffs, if I'm not mistaken. He's got like the turtle buff around him. He's got like both the red and blue buff. So he's in a really strong position right now.
Yeah, he's the player to beat, right? So if you take him down, you're most likely going to be able to win a fight. But if you don't and he gets protected, he stays at the back, I think that's it for MDEC. Oh, they catch them out again. Nishka going down really fast. And they push them back together, all three of them, just to finish off the fight. And once again, Xborg is the only person left standing as Media Prima clears out their jungle, takes everything from them, and now takes the turtle because that's the next thing, and nobody's going to stop them.
Yep. Look, I think Team MDEC, to be fair to them, are still in a range for an epic comeback, but it is starting to look fairly conclusive. And some cheeky icons appearing from Team Media Prima right now as they swagger confidently into the opponent's side of the lanes.
Yeah, at this rate, like they know that they've got like a firm upper hand. It's not even just an upper hand anymore, it's firm. And now they're closing in on the top lane here. MDEC's positioning themselves to try and respond to this. But again, right, you mentioned all the buffs, all this. Oh, Ainub just going in at the very beginning and at the front here, being legendary right now. And they're just dominating. They're just steamrolling. Coco Jello goes down as well. Mr. Cool 7 gets caught out, and the last person again is Xborg, who's now standing just in his base.
Bringing
and
the
that's the
fight
only
to
way
the
he can
fountain.
survive. That's
Yep,
right. The
look.
fountain is his only hope for survival, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he's
look,
trying
I
to
think
clean
this
up
game. I think this game is as good as done. I think we've got a victory point.
Legendary.
Revitalize being utilized to heal up the rest of the team.
Yep, they're just trying to buy time so the rest of the team members can come out and get resurrected. But that is game. That is game for Media Prima, firmly in their favor. And that's 1-0. First game goes to Media Prima against MDEC. It was a good fight though, regardless. I mean, it was... I don't know, what do you think?
Well, look, I think the score was 19-1. So I think definitely Media Prima had plenty of cause for celebration. I think it was a little bit of a horror movie for MDEC on this first particular round. I've got one, a horror movie for potatoes, Silence of the Yams. It was Silence of the Yams for Team MDEC a little bit. So look, I think this is round one. We would definitely be able to see. I think MDEC needs to do quite a bit of reshuffling and rejig and rethink in terms of how they want to approach the second round. I think there should be. I think there needs to be potentially a bit of a shake-up in terms of the heroes that they're choosing right about now, and maybe coming up with a completely different strategy in hopes of actually being able to catch Media Prima by surprise.
Yep, that's right. And so we see that actually they have gotten a very decisive victory. And game 2 is going to be something where, like you said, right, let's see if they change up the heroes. Let's see if they come back with a new strategy in, I guess, the 10 to 15 minutes that we have in between both games. But, I think, like, I found that, I was a bit excited about Atlas at the start. Then I realized, it wasn't really about Atlas. It was the whole team being really strong, being able to figure out when was the right time to catch someone off guard, when was the right time to go in because they know that they have the very, very strong upper hand. Like, those things make all the difference, actually.
Yeah, so they clearly knew where they were going. They clearly had the better rotation and jungling strategy. So yeah, definitely no disagreements damage. Team Media Prima really won convincingly this round.
Yep. So we'll see if MDEC comes back, right, in game 2. But for the moment, Stan, if we're good, we can go on a quick break. We'll see you shortly as we prepare for game 2. Don't go anywhere.
All right, bring it on.
And welcome back to Battle of the Brands Season 2. We're in the second series of the semifinals, and we've just witnessed a crazy victory by Media Prima over MDEC. Stan, any comments
No
on
doubt.
what we just witnessed?
I think no doubt there is a storm of planning that MDEC is probably like formulating at this point. So I'll be super keen to sort of understand what the lineup's going to be. And of course, having had the first exposure in the first round, the banning will be fairly conclusive. I wouldn't be surprised if Carrie gets called out as a ban. I wouldn't be surprised if Sicilian gets called out as a ban, because I think these were the two heroes that really made quite an impact from what I could see in the first round that went down. In the meantime,
since we started casting Battle of the Brands, right? Sorry to interrupt you, but when you mentioned Sicilian, I just realized, like, since we last casted, Sicilian was a new hero that got introduced, and I believe he's the lover of Carmilla. So it's a pair of basically heroes that were introduced, right? And just reflecting, right, like, it's not really that long since we had Battle of the Brands Season 1. But actually, the fact that we had our MCO, we had our lockdown, seemed to really make time stretch. I don't know if you feel the same way, but I feel like it's been ages since December 2019, and I don't remember that anymore. I don't know about you.
Wow.
Like, how has your MCO been, man?
Oh wow! Look, for me, it was less of an issue, and unashamedly, I think my secret weapon was the fact that I kind of have, like, I'm still playing Mobile Legends occasionally from time to time, and I've been practicing on my assassin a little bit, which is always great. But I think also it's like I have a PS4. So MCO's got nothing on me, It's like I have no problems after like the evenings to actually be able to play. One of the things that I've been trying to pick up a little bit was Tekken 7. So I've been having a go at that. And the thing with this sort of like arcade type games is that it's a bit like learning how to play the piano. Because think about it, you kind of need to execute 9 different. You need to mash, well, pun intended, mash 9 different buttons in a particular order with a particular timing to actually be able to achieve like an unbroken combo. And that takes a lot of practice. That requires you to sort of like, it's almost like learning a piano, because in order to do that, you need to actually be able to practice a little bit like every night. And the opponent's not just going to stand there and let you hit it, right? So you got to find that opening and then deliver 9 buttons instinctively. So I think that's very interesting. Other people will go to their bonsai trees, but this whole like arcade fighting thing has a pretty robust community. So I think that's quite cool. And how about you, Mitch? How have you been spending MCO?
I've just been playing on my brand new Nintendo Switch. As well as Animal Crossing is the thing, right, that everybody's been playing during MCO. It's like you were mentioning Tekken, right? I was just reflecting. Like, Tekken has a very strong esports community, albeit a little bit smaller in Malaysia, but there's still, the Malaysian fighting games community is actually very robust. So if you ever decide, right, Stan, to take up both Tekken and Mobile Legends as competitive esports, you know exactly where to look, right? I'll point you to the right direction. And maybe our next game is going to be Tekken for Battle of the Brands. We never know.
Oh, that would be awesome. I need one of those, like, awesome. Yeah, I've seen some of the YouTube videos, and you're right. I've seen a bit of the Tekken community, but they all carry like this professional mini little arcade sticks, and then they bring it to like conventions and they duke it out. So, I think I probably need to start thinking, considering about investing in a good arcade stick if we kind of like want to make that happen. But, the whole thing about gaming picking up during this particular period is also interesting. I think something about, play a part together, Mitch, was a thing that we talked a little bit about earlier on. Like, what is that about?
Yeah, so it's actually a WHO initiative, right? And reflecting on how gaming is something we've always done digitally and online, it's the perfect sort of mechanism for us to be able to play together, you know, feel connected the same way like you and I are talking right now, the same way like all the teams are playing right now in their own homes, you know, and practicing social distancing, especially in a time where it's very, very crucial that we do this. So gaming is our bridge. And so playing a part together is like sort of like a pun in itself. So playing a part as in separate, but also a part as in a role together through gaming, which I thought was very, very powerful. So our own like local interpretation of this was Jom Main Bersama lah, which is, you know, about the same lah, less punny, but you know, can still use, right? So that's why we had Battle of the Brands. And that's why we created this with pretty short notice actually. So if the teams and Stan, you were aware as well, I think we did this in about 2 weeks. And ESL, great partner to us, helped us with this, and it's brilliant. Like I love the fact that gaming brings people together.
Yeah, look, and you're right. I think that's a lovely oxymoron, if you will. Play a part together. Lovely catchphrase, and what a whirlwind! Yeah, this went from 0 to 100 in a span of 2 weeks, as you rightfully put it. And look, I think the key ingredient of success, and what I really love and continue to be amazed by is how robust the participation is, because you know the sheer amount of people who are keen to get in here, and no doubt, you know, if you look at some of the quality of the playing that we've seen from the various teams that participated this round, even within that short 2 weeks, it shows that there is a lot of love for this game, there is a lot of passion for this game, you know, and the fact that each company is actually able to marshal out like 5 players is just amazing.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic, right? Like we had 8 brands playing. So if I could name them, it's basically Maxis. We had Media Prima, we had Boost, we had Yoodo, we had also IPG and OMG, who are both media agencies, and we had. Am I missing a couple of people? We had Team Google, of course. How could I forget?
Team Google.
Team Google,
yes,
of which we are part of. Theoretically, but we are not, because we're casting the games. So we were cheering our teammates on as they played qualifiers.
Oh yes, look, I think Team Google was an interesting one, right? No doubt, the team came back much better than ever. I think everybody had some practice time, had a little bit more exposure, but you know, they also kind of saw like a few exports, if that made sense, of players that sort of like left the ranks, and some new ones that joined. So really put up a good fight. Yep, I think as always, us being us, there's always a little bit of a bit of favoritism. I think they put up a bit of a good fight, but unfortunately came down during the early stages. But kudos to all the teams that actually put their heart and soul into the game. You know, it's what makes the entire essence of Battle of the Brands so wonderful, and why that's probably going to be a season 3, season 4, or season 5 to come.
That's right. I mean, the fact that you guys support us, you know, come to watch on a Saturday morning, wake up super early just to play the games, you know, stay back after work just to play qualifiers. I think that really makes us feel like we really want to keep doing this. And so your support matters a lot to what we do and why we're doing this. We're going to go into the Picks and Ban stage for the second game of Media Prima versus MDEC now. Let's see what happens.
All right. So Diggy, again, consistently being banned. Very, very interesting. I think Team Media Prima really has a genuine fear for this support hero.
Your team is banning.
Selena is up again. Interesting.
Maybe they do have like a specific strategy. So they're like, we got to pre-ban this, we got to pre-ban that. Who knows?
Yeah, I think it's next 2 bans.
So like you know when Atlas was banned, right, in the first series, I was just like, I want to see Atlas in action. Why lah you keep banning?
Your
and now
team is
it's Diggy, right? Now for me, I'm like, I want to see Diggy in action. Why lah you keep banning? So later,
like how much damage can he do?
Your team is
I don't know. I
picking.
haven't played Diggy yet, but you know, as you can tell, right? Like, want to point out that my in-game name, or like my username that I normally use for gaming, is Lilia. So effectively, the only hero I play in Mobile Legends is actually Lilia.
Kufra.
Yep, and I
Your
still
team
remember
is picking.
a pretty decent, a solid player. You know that comes with specializing a lot of dedication and training. That one hero, which is always awesome to see.
You call it dedication,
we've
lah.
got
Okay, I feel better now.
no. We had another Googler that was playing one hero for like the longest time, right? I think it was what was the name of that marksman? It's I think it was Layla,
Who?
and refused to
yes,
move on
yes.
like for the longest time. I just remember. Then recently, then started playing tank and started playing. I think it's moving. It's when you break into your second hero, then you start to realize the diversity
Your team is
that there is
picking.
there.
Yep, and look, Cecilion's being picked again for Media Prima here. Kofra as well. Very interesting picks.
I really would have thought that they would have banned Sicilian by now, but still allowing that to happen. Interesting picks. MDEC is going through what looks like a proper reshuffle. So they've got Clyde, they've got
Your
Bauman.
team is banning.
Wow,
Very
I haven't
interesting
seen
choice.
Bauman in a while.
A long time. And is also a very flexible character because I think its base class is that of a tank, but at this is that of a fighter. But you can actually buy tank items and convert it into a tank. So there's a bit of element of surprise.
Your team
But
is banning.
at the same time, you just gotta be a bit careful because he's got a bit of an expiry date to him. So when all heroes are like super strong, then his impact becomes like somewhat diminished. So I think it could be alluding to Team MDEC looking to do a bit of a
Your
rush
team
here,
is
if that makes
picking.
sense.
That's interesting. So like be tanky, but at the same time you can deal the damage, right? So last as long as you can.
That's right. Oh, they've got Odette. They might go with an
love
Odette
that.
Johnson combo. That's
Your
always
team
been
is
that's
picking.
always been an oldie but goodie. On the side of Team Media Prima, they've taken Marsha, and as I understand, I think Marsha this particular season has also experienced a bit of a nerf, and I think it was quite a significant one, but still very good in terms of like jungling and engaging in this practice called turret or tower stealing. So it's just Marsha doesn't engage in team fights; it's just gonna get in there and focus on towers. You've got Aurora and
Ooh.
1-1, so. Two tanks, two tanks,
Your
two mages,
team
one
is
marksman.
picking.
Very interesting combo from Team Media Prima. I think they too might be looking for a fast game. You've got something that's a little bit more balanced. You've got Harith as a mage. You've got Odette, which is also Odette is support, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so you've got one mage, one support. You've got a fighter or tank in Bauman, depending on how he chooses to play. You've got Hylos and you've got Clyde. All right, a bit more of a balanced play from MDEC, but good to see that they've completely overhauled the team. So I think they definitely are going into this with a bit of an element of surprise.
Yeah, exciting times. I look forward to seeing all these new heroes being played, right? 1-1, like you mentioned. Also very strong in the current meta, considered like one of the stronger marksmen. So the female Naruto is something that I always think about when I see it. Have you watched Naruto? Do you, do you know
I am,
what I'm
I am.
referring to?
A
Yeah,
huge
yeah,
fan.
exactly.
A huge fan, by the way.
Cool. So let's go
Alright.
into the game right now. With that lineup and that being said, Coco Jelly is our focus here. Running into combat, running into the middle lane. I always admire the graphics of this game, right? So detailed in terms of the skins. Very, very pretty.
Yeah. Yeah, but was Coco Jelly playing Harith the last round as well?
I think so.
I-
I think so.
Oh no, Coco Jelly was
was it?
was the carry. Oh well, doesn't matter. But Coco Jelly was definitely one of the stronger players that they had. Team MDEC had on their fold. So Marsha
Yep.
being where she should be, wasting no time and already moving to take jungles. So all teams going through the motions. You've got, as he should, Kufra accompanying a 1-1 in the middle on one side, and a Hylos accompanying a Harith on the other. So I think what is key to look out for in this regard is that Team MDEC in particular can potentially deal quite a bit of damage this round, because if Clyde as a marksman finds enough time to farm, and Harith, as you can see in the earlier games, Harith is quite capable of doing a lot of damage if you leave him unmarked for too long. So look, they are in a position, if they sort of like play their cards right.
Oh, Imzi in a bit of trouble here, and he will go down first blood. They managed to push him back a little bit, stun him, keep him in a lockdown, unlike our MCO lockdown, and take him down.
All right, some early team media Prima gathering really early on, looking for a spot of trouble.
Gathering in the bottom lane, gathering in the top lane, gathering also in the middle lane. Notice the rotations here, but Media Prima have been doing really, really well, right? So they seem to know that. They seem to have this instinct where, in the first few minutes, we need to catch someone out because that gives us an early start. But the score is still 1-1. Media Prima to MDEC. Could go anywhere still at this stage, very, very early on.
And I'm just wondering what that double mage combo would look like. It doesn't look like an accident that you had like Aurora and Cecilon staying very close to each other early game. But you've got Aurora that somehow found herself. Close call there. I think that just an inch away from that weed would have made all the difference in a potential gank for Team MDEC.
That's right. So now they're just farming up the jungle here, taking as much as they can. It's still very much in anyone's favor at this point. There's a rotation, I think, happening somewhere towards the middle side of the map. Both teams here just doing their usual dance and farm. In terms of levels, they're fairly equal as well, although notice on the side of MDEC, we have one person who's already at level 6. Two people already at level 6 with Coco Jelly as well. So there's slight level advantage here. Going in though, the initiate comes out and MDEC takes a lot of damage, but in the middle of all of this is Cecilian, who goes down to MDEC. That's a double kill. Ooh, Media Prima taking a lot of people casualties here. That's 3 members of Media Prima down. MDEC is 4-1 right now.
Amazing! What is going on? Is this the same Team MDEC that we saw play and that went down 19-0 early on?
Oh.
They are back. They are back with a vengeance.
Yeah, but Media Prima does manage to capture that 1 kill. Rhinus, though, very, very low, manages to escape with his life. So they do manage to take 1 back from MDEC. But it's still in MDEC's favor. As you mentioned, right? Is this the same team we saw playing earlier? They definitely learned from that first game, I think.
I love it, and look at that. They're playing, and I think sometimes a lovely flame shot over there. Just try and attempt to push Team MDEC back a little bit. But I think a big aspect of this game is you cannot let the psychology get to you. You can't go in thinking that they're the better team, and I think Team MDEC is really showing a lot of throwing a lot of heart into this.
MDEC throwing a lot of heart into this, but Media Prima gets 2 kills off of that quick fight, quick and dirty, a lot of damage, and they do manage to take them down fairly quickly. Now the teams are rotating to the mid lane. Looks like they're going to try and see if they can push here a little bit more, or it's just going to be a dance, just going to be a chill in the bush, take as much gold as I can for now. Did the scores equalize now though, Stan?
Yeah, the score is 4-4. Team MDEC still has a bit of a slight advantage, of course, in terms of goal, and I think they, by just looking at the speed of which they're ramping, I think they're farming a lot better at this point. Mitch, I personally am a little bit on the side of Team MDEC this round. It's like, come on, Team MDEC! Good play there.
You said it. MDEC has gotten another kill, 2 kills as well now. That fight went really, really well for them. They're gonna try and go for the 3rd, but I don't manage to have turned around, get that 1 kill before he dies as well. Wow. I don't know what to say, man. Look at this.
They have just found their groove. They are on fire, and look at that. capitalizing. And look, that's always the thing you want to do before you actually take your own buff. You want to prioritize getting to a point where you're taking the buff from the enemy space, and that by itself is a move that disadvantages their marksman versus your marksman severely. And they've gotten the turtle as well. So if MDEC is able to sort of just control the pacing a little bit, I think they are in a good position to maintain their lead.
That's right. We see, now Team Media Prima, the onus is on them to try and get as much farm as possible to catch up or even catch some members of MDEC off guard. We notice that they're moving to the bottom lane here, trying to make something happen. It's about a 3v2 because Harith is kind of backing off a little bit. And notice, right, they said initiate retreat, so they're kind of disengaging. They may have found a better target hanging around in mid lane right now.
Yep, I think they're maintaining a guarded stance, which is definitely the right thing to do. Ouch!
There we go.
What?
There we go. That's their target. 2 people of MDEC down at their own tower, caught unaware by this rotation of Media Primas. Now you see them moving as well to the top lane. There might be something happening here. It's a little bit of a choke point. Ooh, Ainu though, really taking all that damage because Nishka strikes first. But look, Nishka dies as well. And now it's for Media Prima to try and get another kill off of that. But I guess it's good enough. Look.
Yeah, I have no idea. Good tower take from Barman, leveraging on a push over there, which is a good trade-off which is a trade-off that you should do given what's just transpired. But what happened there in the middle? Like, it all happened so quickly. So and now I'm just starting to have a newfound appreciation of the combo of what double mages can do. Did you see that? There was like the 2 mages, and then there was 1-1. And, Hylos just melted away, and that's a tank that they took down. I think there's more action happening in the middle. A lot of...
Yep, and that is going down very, very low. Notice how they're now trying to run. They will get away for now. I don't know. Potato tries and initiates, but he's alone here because the rest of his team has backed off. He knows this. He moves off a little bit further, giving the rest of the team an opportunity to deal as much damage as they can. Coco Jelly almost manages to get that kill. Unfortunately, the distance was just slightly too great there. I just wanted to point out, right, though, that when we took a brief look, the fight's still happening. Ainuk goes down here. Even as MDEC tries to take the turtle from the back of that fight. As I was saying, right, Stan, so Media Prima, when we took a glance at their items, 3 people on the side of Media Prima bought the roaming item in this game, which is the mask. So the mask actually, as a roaming item, what it does is it helps redistribute the gold. So if you have the mask, you only get gold off of assists if you're with someone else, and unless if you're alone, right? So then that allows them to funnel the gold to someone that they think should be farmed up and in their strategy be as strong as possible, so then the rest of the team can protect them that way.
Yep, and I think there was a mention like where I think the idea of the mask is also like if you were tank accompanying the marksman, you want all the experience to go into the marksman and get him leveled up and in a position to do as much damage as possible, as quickly as possible. But I think there was also a mention. I think there was also a strategy where all teams were using all 5 masks. Oh, some action in middle here.
There's a lot of disappearing heroes right now. Team MDEC though managing to shut down a lot of members from Media Prima. Now there's a 3v3 here. Coco Jelly is like a little bit alone. The rest of the team realizes this, tries to move in to protect him from that final shot. They do manage to get him away to safety. That was very close, but I think it was like a 2-for-2 trade.
Yeah, but it is Team MDEC refusing to succumb to the pressure. I think they're doing a fairly decent job in maintaining the pacing right now. They're slowing things down. They're trying to find a calculated way to leverage on their advantage, and I think that's the right thing. That's the right thing to do. Just wondering, I think 1-1. Inoop has I think is still trying to focus on farming. We've yet to see her really go in very quickly in the game just right now.
Yep. So, but you notice, right? Like because of the marksman abilities, she was managed to do things like trade, take someone down in the meantime. And this is like a solo lord here from Potato, as the rest of his team distracts Media Prima in the middle lane, so they won't even know that this is happening. And Lord is slain.
I think they gotta protect their Clyde now. I think he's gotten to a point where what?
Wow.
Why did he do that?
So I think maybe Media Prima realized that the Lord was taken. So they decided to do a trade while basically MDEC was repositioning themselves, really take advantage of the situation, right? And so managed to take down 3 members from MDEC at this point.
No, but
which was a very good trade.
But it felt really unnecessary. I thought that was clumsy. Why did Clyde jump in the middle at the back lane? I think there was a bit of a miscomm over there. I think the marksman initiated a little bit too early, and the team was playing a bit of catch up, and they sort of just gave away their advantage. But you should have held back just a little bit longer, because you have Lord that's coming, and you want to be able to take advantage of that to actually be able to leverage on taking down at least a tower with that.
Yeah, so that was probably a little bit too soon, I think, from MDEC, caught unaware, right, by the swift response of Media Prima. Even the Lord has not managed to push as far as it should be when you take Lord and get that advantage going. So now there's a fight gonna happen in middle lane. You see Miro running away, a lot of damage here, so MDEC decides to fall back a little bit. I feel like you're right? Like that one fight earlier, now MDEC realizes that maybe they don't have as much of an advantage as they thought they did.
I think to media's and for Media Prima though, I think they are probably caught quite surprised by this as well. Essentially they're probably feeling like they're fighting a completely different team. So you kind of have here, regardless of the last skirmish, MDEC still holding on to a bit of a lead, 1 kill ahead. Tower-wise though, you'll notice that Media Prima still has pretty much all its defense fairly intact. So there's no tower down for Media Prima, whereas MDEC has already seen 2 towers down.
Yeah, so in terms of that push, I think we'll see a little bit more of an advantage on the MDEC side for now. But again, the tides could turn, because the longer this game plays out, the stronger all the heroes get, right? And so as they do this, then we will know that at one point the power will just equalize, and then it's up to the team skills now, and Inoop just gets completely battered right there. I think he got caught.
Yeah. I feel like Media Prima is sort of buying a bit of time for their 1-1 to power up. But I think what's even more subtle and almost a bit dangerous that MDEC needs to watch out for, it's their Masha. You'll notice that the reason why, you see, Masha has been really busy at work taking down all the towers, and you can see that the inner lane for all the towers are almost gone now.
Yeah, so MDEC's like capitalizing on this little Masha push here. So they took Masha down, and now they're trying to get revenge.
Yep. I think they need to start perhaps taking advantage of the fact that they are 5-on-4 with Masha running around, lest they come to a position where they suddenly realize that they're completely out of towers, and that's another one down. And they find themselves extremely vulnerable to base attacks. So you really want to start. MDEC really needs to start forming together now and putting concerted pushes to end the game as quickly as possible.
That's right. So there's a tower that's almost going down in middle lane for MDEC. There's a tower that's top lane as well, almost going down. So they're gonna have to try and initiate here. Miro moving in and getting the kill. So Sicilian gets that kill on the MDEC player there. So they do manage to pick up small little kills here and there. If Media Prima keeps this up, they are already equalizing the score, and they could then potentially even equalize the entire game as this progresses. So now I think we're gonna see a Lord Dance. Are you ready for the Lord Dance then?
I am ready for the Lord Dance, Mitch.
Yeah, so the Lord Dance will only happen when 1-1 comes like closer to the area. So notice they were like initiate retreat, right? Because 1-1 was still a little bit far away. But now the Lord Dance will happen in earnest because Masha is heading down as well, and the Lord has begun to be murdered.
Oh,
can they though?
So
Can
exciting.
they though? Oh, they didn't even go in and fight that. They wanted to wait until MDEC got a little bit low from the Lord, but look at that. The damage from MDEC is unreal. Notice how they just take down very easily the members of Media Prima who try to interrupt what they're doing. They're like, the dance is ours. What are you doing, man?
Spectacular play, and MDEC absolutely needs to capitalize on this right now to really so you can see Masha's coming back already. Clearly they are piling on the right amount of pressure right now, and they need to take this tower down. They need to sort of like drive that knife really in to the heart of the enemy base.
Oh, they're definitely trying. They're going in here, ignoring all the towers, going straight for Rhinus. Rhinus goes down as well as Masha. So there, all 5 members of Media Prima are waiting to be resurrected. There's 5 seconds left on the clock for 2 members, 3 members, but then there's game for MDEC. Fantastic comeback. I love this. I love seeing comebacks.
It is masterful play by Team MDEC. They have risen from the ruins. Incredible. It is MDEC that is a class above right now. That was fantastic to watch. That was so amazing. Like, all it took was that one pivotal turn and that one pivotal game, and they capitalized. And boy, did they capitalize. They did it so well. And it was, I think even Team Media Prima was caught completely off guard by that. Such a strong push into the middle, right into the enemy base. Masha being recalled could not save the situation. It's a completely different team. I am so amazed. This is incredible.
I'm very impressed. Yeah. I'm very impressed by how they've the feel of this game was so different from the feel of the first game. So like this game, I could actually feel like the power spikes. You could tell when MDEC really had the advantage. They were pushing. They were dealing all the damage that was needed. And they were actually making the right moves, the right rotations. It was crazy. Like we're going into game 3, Stan. This is exciting.
All right. And I think really the marks, the MVP for MDEC is truly very deserving. It goes to surprisingly, in a twist of fate, Potato. I think that was his name. He got the MVP. He was the Cloud, and he did an amazing job as a marksman. I think he really got off to a fantastic momentum. He kept that momentum. I think it was a very skillful play. I especially appreciated the part towards the end where he sort of got into the enemy base, pulled off his ulti, fight a little bit, and just to just to tease the enemies a little bit and then flicker back out. So that was amazing. I think it just really, I just got this sense that there's a very different team, and it's Team Media Prima right now that perhaps need to rethink a little bit, and perhaps. Maybe they've gone in feeling a little bit confident initially that this game was actually in the bag. And I think they need to probably go back and go like, okay, what's going on? Like, what's that counter? And look, with such a close fight and such, what is clear, this must be an epic comeback. I am super excited for like round 3. Like, what's that going to look like?
Yep. So as we do that, I'm just gonna become a potato because in honor of the MVP, Potato, he has now transformed me into a potato. But we will be right back with Game 3, the deciding round, to see who advances between MDEC and Media Prima. 5-minute break. We'll see you when we get back. Don't go anywhere.
All right. Stay tuned. And welcome back to YouTube's Battle of the Brands, where we have just bear witness to probably one of the most exciting turnarounds between this epic battle between Team MDEC versus Team Media Prima. Absolutely amazing plays and absolutely stunning classy finish from Team MDEC that's given Team Media Prima a lot of pause to think about. So again, very, very excited as we go into round 3. I think this is the first semi-finals that we're seeing, Mitch, where we are going into round 3. I think for the past, the few games have been very, very convincing, right? I think IPG just sort of like took 2 in a row. And here we've got ourselves a little bit of a real proper battle royale.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited. I live for these comebacks. Every day I think like, oh my god, I wish every single series was a best of 3, like a 2-1, like, or kind of like a tie, so that we go into game 3, because that's when it gets interesting. That's when all our predictions go out the window. That's when we realize like, hey, these teams are learning as they go along, and that is really, really great to watch. Like being able to see how they evolve through time, changing their team composition to suit the enemy, changing their picks and bans to realize where the strengths are, who to go after. It's just I speak a lot about this, but I feel like I'm just really passionate about like seeing comebacks.
No, I love how they have truly they have brought a lot of versatility to the table, haven't they? I think the changes are not mere 1-2 hero swaps. I think we've seen complete team overhauls, and I think kudos to the to such flexibility and the ability to be able to switch combos so seamlessly that way. But I'm still for a team that is very focused around the return of assassins that is supposed to be for this season. We're still not seeing that come true. We haven't seen a Lancelot or a Natalia really come out and like really start piling on insane kills, right? So, or even Ling, because I don't think Ling was actually banned this particular round. So it's just very interesting to see no one actually taking full advantage of that. But at the same time, I kind of have a bit of appreciation for it, because I think it's only this season where, and by no means am I a pro, so this is just really a bit of an outside looking in, a bit of an observation, because I've always been my favorite players of choice has always been like fighters. They've always been tanks, and you kind of think about assassin as like you really need to be able to take risks, and in that sense, because when there's a team battle, you really need to get in there. You really need to be able to deliver the kills, but at the same time, you gotta be very mindful that your life is just really low, so you're a bit squishy in that sense, very similar to like a marksman. But that is very counterintuitive, right? Because as a marksman, you know how squishy you are. You want to hide behind a tank and deal maximum damage. For an assassin, you kind of realize that you're equally squishy, but if there's a fight, you want to get in there and you want to be able to score kills. So that definitely takes a bit of getting used to, and hopefully we'll see someone able to actually rock either a Natalia or a Lancelot, or maybe even a Ling, and that would be super awesome to see. We've also seen a couple of heroes, that generally are OP. I think one of the surprising ones this round is actually Uranus. So Uranus is back in play. I think it's got some votes for being, and I was surprised because it's one of the best off laner this round. And the thing with Uranus is, the truth is, it's not a great tank, because you can't kill it, but it can't kill anyone either. So people can just essentially ignore the hero and go at the back. But if you're playing the style of 2 tanks this round, Uranus by itself can be a very great lane pusher in that sense. And then, just generally going up there and being a bit of a harasser. But definitely not as an individual one. But we've not seen anyone capitalize on that this round as well, interestingly.
Well, I mean, Stan, if you played like your favorites, one of your favorites is Uranus, so clearly very passionate about it. And if you are playing, I'd definitely be able to see a Uranus action in the game, right?
Oh yes, I moved on to a couple of tanks ever since with appreciation for crowd control. So definitely, these days I'm more in favor of a Tigreal. I think Tigreal is an amazing tank. It's got two types of like crowd control. It can toss opponents up in the air. It can have that its ulti is able to pull everyone together. But I don't see that being used in tournaments. Interestingly,
Your team is banning.
Could be
that's
the
a ban on
utility. Like maybe it's just the limited, I guess, utility in terms of like you only have one move that you can really pull. But is there anything else? Like maybe other heroes have more stuns, that's more useful in like a general team composition that way. I don't know.
I think I think perhaps a Kufra is just maybe a little bit more durable in comparison. And also comes with fair share of CC. So that could be it. But the bannings are again, Selena is perpetually on the ban list. I'm surprised. They must know something that we don't. But Cecilon being banned makes a lot of sense. Tiki continues to be OP. They've taken a very strategic step in banning Claude. I think that was really the one that made a huge difference for Team MDEC in the previous game. But Potato is shaking things up and taking Guinevere. And I think we saw in the previous matches with IPG using Guinevere to great effect. So definitely not something to be underestimated. Oh, two super strong tanks in Atlas and Kufra for Media Prima. So they're just going OP essentially.
Your team.
I think the last round they really realized, right? Like towards the end, we noticed their health really going down very fast. Maybe that's something that
Your
they
team
need
is
to counter
banning.
that kind of aggression from MDEC. If that's a team comp that MDEC's gonna go out for. Notice also that MDEC banned Sicilian, so they clearly know what's up and what the strengths on Media Prima are.
It's starting to feel a little bit, based on the current lineup, a little bit like round one, where I think Media Prima is sticking back to what they know best. And I think I recall seeing the usage of all three of these heroes. So I think they're going back to that. Some variations with Team MDEC. So they're also going back to like round one with the selection of Angela, but mixing it up with hopefully what is the next factor with Guinevere.
Your team is picking.
Yeah,
Harith
Harith being banned. Yep.
Hellcurt.
Your
Oh, there we
team
go.
is
We've got an
picking.
assassin.
Ooh.
We've got Hekut, and being
interesting.
used by Ainub, which was the previous marksman 1-1 in the last round. So hopefully he's in a position to make a bigger
Your
impact this
team
round.
is picking.
Oh wow, the panda's out.
So it's also a tank. So they too are going with like two tanks at this point. Akai is the panda. So interesting choice here. We're seeing two tanks with MDEC. We've got Guinevere, who is a fighter. We've got a support, and we've got a marksman. Okay, so fairly balanced. Two tanks with Media Prima, the marksman in Granger, an assassin, and a fighter. So I think Media Prima is really looking to do some serious damage dealing in this regard. And I think MDEC is perhaps strategically looking to fare better, perhaps with coordinations and more CCs in team fights. I think that looks evident to be the case. If you look at the spells, both of them, there are two revitalizers there and another healing type of skill. So I think that's going to be really, really interesting to see. I think Team MDEC is going for like durability. They want to be able to last for as long as they can in the fight. And Team Media Prima is looking to really end fights very quickly with high damage. But would need some time to actually be able to farm to get to that state. All right, Mitch, I think you've gone a little bit on mute there.
Oh yes, sorry, my bad. There's like some random background noise. This is like the problem of working from home. There's like I don't know why there's like some water sounds, but it's not raining, so gonna have to check that out later. But yes, we're gonna go into game. This is Media Prima versus MDEC Game 3 to decide who goes into the finals. Exciting nail-biting matches coming up.
That is a lovely exclusive skin that I knew is spotting with Hellcurt over there. So I think you've really got to earn to get that really, really cool one. So kudos
really?
to
Wow.
iNoob. Yeah, it's a blue Hellcat. It's a very rare skin. You can see very often.
Oh,
Wow,
this fight's
very
happening
early in the
now.
game. No
That's
time
right.
is wasted.
MZ.
Are they going for the first kill?
Man. They won't get it. They won't get it just yet. But that was a good try. Potato here, try to go for the minions. Everyone now trying to go for the minions. But that really took MZ low, right? Like, and he's still hanging around though. He's not going back to base because that level, EXP gain is very important early game. So if you push someone back too early, then they will fall behind for the rest of the match.
Yep, and clearly they have done so successfully. Hylos decided not to take the risk, went back to base to actually regen, which essentially does, it can create a snowball effect in being slow as the game progresses. But already promising to be a very exciting game. No time was wasted as action was immediately exploded in the middle lane, and it looks like it's about to explode again in the middle lane with the teams converging. I think there's a huge
Ooh,
fight.
Yep. That's first blood there. I didn't know. We couldn't see what happened, but I think it was just there was a huge skirmish. I guess someone got caught, and then now they have to back off. But it looks like Media Prima's really laying on the aggression here. They're going in for Coco Jelly. He's getting very low. He will run off. Minky's taking a lot of damage from the tower, and he does go down to that. So they tried being super aggro, right? It's worked out a little bit in their favor, but also they've taken like one casualty. So early fights are great for like the early extra EXP, the extra gold. But again, still anybody's game at this point in time. I do know this though, like you're right? It feels like the first game. Media Prima really laying on like the damage, laying on the aggression really hard. Bottom lane happening.
The combo clearly shows that they are looking to pile on damage. I just didn't expect them to show so much ambition this early in the game and just really stepping it up.
They really have the ambition to go into the finals. That's why I stand. So we're gonna see a lot more of that. Like Media Prima has been super gung ho, MDEC as well. In terms of when they registered and they showed interest. And it's been really awesome to bear witness to. So you see now Media Prima as well going in hard on the turtle. But then when they notice MDEC coming in, they just go straight for it, just trying to get that damage. See Rhinus here trying to push MDEC so that they are in range for the rest of their team to come in and take the kills. They do get 2 kills off the back of that. Coco Jelly is just running away right now, having to retreat. But they do catch another guy.
Oh my goodness.
There goes Potato. And there goes Nishka. Oh no! That's a lot of kills for Media Prima and their aggressive strategy here.
That was some phenomenal play over there. It was almost as though they were able to kind of read the map. That was incredible. They knew and I think backup for MDEC was just a little bit too slow. Could this be the counter? And they're just near the tower. They're in a position to. Oh wow! And just like that, Team MDEC is launching, mounting a serious counter offensive.
I like this.
Back
I
in
like
the
this.
game.
So counter aggression with aggression at the right moments, and you'll see rewards, right? So that's exactly what's happening here. They do manage to kind of inch a little bit closer, close the gap a little bit better. But you notice that now Rhinus and iNoob here just take down 2 members of MDEC very, very easily as they're in the jungle. Just caught unaware, right? So Rhinus is going to, I guess, get avenged on by MDEC for that. But they still managed to get 2 kills, which is great, as well as a tower.
So but I think Team MDEC needs to start getting a little bit more aggressive right now because there's a bit of a hidden danger in the marksman for Media Prima. So if you notice the goal, Media Prima is way ahead. It is they are 33% up right now versus MDEC, and the reason for that can only be a Granger that's been left alone for a bit too long to farm. So they gotta start ganking before the Granger starts to really deal those damage, and I think it's really starting to show.
Launch attack!
Oh, Media Prima's Miru here getting a little bit caught behind the lines of the rest of his team. They are here to back him up though. They do have a counter stun. The other members are not able to back MDEC up. MDEC goes down. 2 members of MDEC goes down at this point. Coco Jelly Imzi trying to kind of get another kill, but they have to retreat in the end.
Right, they are really putting the healing spells to good use, and I think in good coordination they do come across as pretty tanky, pretty hard to kill. I think the strategy is to ensure that they're trying to keep their marksman alive as long as possible. So you probably have Angela hiding in the marksman, for example, and then the 2 tanks putting their healing spells and protecting the marksman. So I think a lot hinges on Iritel, I think, to actually be able to get the farming up to speed.
Oh, Rhinus here getting caught out, but MDEC goes down instead because the rest of the members of Media Prima are here to back him up. Nishka takes a lot of damage. She will go down as well, unable to run to safety. I think this is likely to be a tower on the back of that, but they turn around and immediately go onto the rest of MDEC here. Take a double kill. So why did MDEC choose to go from the back? I'm not super sure, especially since they have a little bit of a numbers disadvantage there. So that was a bit of a wrong move, a bit of a misstep, and Media Prima sweeps that fight.
Yeah, I kind of can't help but feel like this game, the combos, the selection of heroes that were put in place was already, and I think we kind of had an idea when we alluded to the fact that it's very similar to game 1. And no surprises here. It is starting to look like Team MDEC's on a little bit of back foot, and I think there's just too much leverage on too few damage dealers. And it clearly, with all of this aggression, is Media Prima's element, because I think they just come across that much better coordinated when they're on the hunt.
That's right, and so look, this aggression here pays off because they've taken that tower down, and now MDEC comes in a little bit too late. And now they're just clearing up the shop here. Potato goes down. Imzi, Nishka, Wariola, all of them are down at this point. Ainuk just standing on the base, right? Like going, I'm just gonna stand here and show that I am powerful. They take down all members of MDEC. This is probably going to be game right now. And right here, Media Prima is barreling their way, or maybe not barreling their way just yet. Let's see, the rest of the members of MDEC are out trying to retain their base from this damage. It's only one more push. They do manage to shoo the rest of Media Prima out though at this point in time.
I think they could have moved a little bit faster. I think it would have made a bit of difference if they kind of focused on the base. I think that was like a blink moment right there. They made the call. Enemies came out just in time and they were not able to finish, and they kind of got punished a little bit by it, to be honest.
Yep, that's right. But so I guess MDEC will live to fight another day, except that now there are 2 towers down from the base. So it's just one more fight that has to go in Media Prima's favor before it's game over, and Potato Guinevere goes down to Ainoob here, who's very, very strong. All the way just rushing into battle, taking down Nishka as well. Coco Jelly trying to find something here, trying to get onto Ainoob, but Miro's playing such a good protector, right? Notice how he saw Coco Jelly move to the right side, to flank, and then he just comes in and protects. It's fantastic.
Yep. And here we are, once again. The Media Prima Barbarians are knocking at the gates, and I think this could be very close to a GG.
As at this rate, notice Ainoob just didn't care. Like he just went in 1-on-2, and he was like, "I have the damage." The ultimate was like laughter. Oh, that's a lot of damage onto Ainoob though. He barely just gets away. They're now in the base again, knocking on the doors of MDEC, trying to take down their members so that they have a clear path. The minion wave is coming in as well, which means a lot more damage onto the base. It's only a couple of seconds before they go into the finals of Battle of the Brands, and that is GG. Media Prima takes the series to go into the finals.
GG indeed. And I think, you know, what we've just seen over there is Media Prima needs to stick to the brilliant basics. I think they're very clear in the strengths in terms of the hero combos that they have. Strong play by Hikert. It's like almost my wish coming true, right? I want to see an assassin come through, and then it's almost as though they heard and decided to put an assassin. Amazing play by Hikert over there. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, and it's a great strategy. So like I've noticed more and more, right? So if you want to play a little bit of an aggression kind of game, they use the roaming items to great effect. So as we look at Media Prima's like item choices, they've really kind of channeled all the gold as much as they could towards Ainub, which is why Ainub was able to play like, you know, to great effect. Like towards the end, he was just taking on 2 members like alone, right? And still able to deal the damage that he needed.
Yeah, that was very interesting. I would have had it that the marksman was the one that was really driving everything, but you're right. I think it could be the roaming items from the tanks and the fighter. And, you know, I think a lot of that really propelled Ainub to actually be able to leverage. And I think he probably may be on that skill set where there's an assassin skill where for every hero that you kill, you actually get some additional gold as well. So he was able to get that Blade of Despair really quickly. Team MDEC sort of made like a big bet in a sense where they really tried to get Coco Jelly to be their main damage dealer. But the thing with hedging, the thing with not hedging and just putting everything into one particular hero in hopes that that'll deliver is that if he doesn't, then, you know, the rest of the team, there isn't really a plan B in that regard.
Yeah, that's right. So that's the danger of like having this, you know, like protect the carry strategy, which is really what we're trying to see here, right? If you're, like I mentioned, I called out at one point, remember, like Miro, you know, noticing that Ainub was going to get flanked, he instinctively moved to the front to block the damage. And that's the mark of like good, I guess, team coordination. And you know that they really have practice, you know, they know what each other needs to be doing. They trust each other, got each other's backs. And that's what's most important. But you know what this means, right? This means that our finals is going to be between IPG and Media Prima.
Exciting. And I think well within, and to be honest, not so surprised there, right? We knew what IPG was made of. They cruised their way to the top. I don't think they've lost once, to be honest. I think they've just taken win after win after win. And Media Prima as well, really strong showing from the beginning. Saw a little bit of resistance with MDEC, but very much on track to also be the strong player. You know, I'll be really excited. I'll be really excited about actually having all of this at some point in season 3, where we sort of see like the champions from season 1 also return, and then you can get like this elevated battle that just happens between everybody. But you know,
so it's like battle of the brand champions. Is that what we're gonna call it?
Battle of brand champions. Yeah, like this is all like the build up to like the World Cup, if that makes sense.
Oh wow!
We should be amazing. But yeah, like, you know, who do you think is gonna win, Mitch? Like, you know, if you were to, like, you know, you had to sort of like put in a bit of crystal balling right now and sort of like figure out, and put a prediction in place. What do you think the score is gonna be between IPG and Media Prima?
Wow, I feel almost like we'll go into game 3 for the finals, just because you said that IPG has not lost a single game. But Media Prima did drop 1 game against MDEC. So I think despite, you know, us saying that Media Prima has a lot of history in Mobile Legends and they've been playing for like forever, I think there's still room for IPG, you know, and it could be anybody's game simply because like I feel those 2 teams are on almost equal levels at this stage. So I'm interested to see what they bring out. I think this is the first time they're facing against each other, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, it is.
Cool.
I
so
believe,
then
I
that means,
believe.
Yep. So that
All
means
right.
it's going to be very interesting. So we'll be back for the ultimate grand finals and the decider to see who will be the champion of Battle of the Brands Season 2. But in the meantime, we'll go off for a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be here when we get back. So see you later.
For the finals. See you later.
back to Battle of the Brands Season 2. This is the grand finals. This is it. This is where we crown the champion of Battle of the Brands this round. Are you excited, Stan?
I am. It has come down to this. Two modern day Titan teams, both media titans in their own right as well, battling it out for the honor to be crowned the Battle of the Brands champion. Amazing stuff, and absolutely looking forward to what sort of team dynamics is going to be coming.
Yeah. So to recap, if you wanna do the recap and honors, Stan.
Oh no! Look, I just kind of think that it's going to be very, very interesting. I was just about to comment about more looking forward than the recap. To be honest, I'll leave that honor to you, Mitch. But just thinking ahead, because I was doing a bit of reflection early on. I was thinking that Team Media Prima is really in their element when they actually go on the offense, and I think that's what they kind of want and need to actually stick to. I think they really find their groove when they're out on the hunt and they're going. But then I'm also kind of like reflecting a little bit on Team IPG, which tends to go the other way. If you recall, they tend to go with like 2 tanks, and then they have Estes in support. And then, they kind of, and their idea then is to stay as durable as possible. And I think they've done a really, really good job in that regard for their damage dealers to actually bring the rain and land the blows. So you're gonna, I'm guessing that this is gonna be a situation where we're gonna see a really strong offensive team and a really a buff tanky team, and two fundamentally different styles of playing clash. And I could not have wished for better finals in that regard. I'm just trying to figure out the different playing styles in my head, and it's gonna be glorious. I know it is. I know it's gonna be.
What happens when? So then kind of picking up on your point, right? So what happens when an aggressive team play style goes up against that protect the carry, kind of wait until the carry can deal as much damage as possible play style?
Look, it's very much like what happens when a sword goes against a shield, right? I think what it really boils down to is goal count and positioning on the map on the early skirmishes. I think whichever team that generally has the better item would be able to attack better, or conversely defend better, if that makes sense. So it really boils down down to the ability of actually having a good rotation early on, being able to gank effectively. But I'm loving it already, because we might be seeing a very different game. You have Team IPG already banning Cecilon. I think they've realized that that's a very key Media Prima player, and you can see Media Prima already banning Estes, which is the key support player. So you've got one offense that's being banned, and you've got one support that's being banned. This is definitely strategic.
I guess they know, right, the Estes strategy. Is that why they banned it?
Yep. This is definitely strategic. There is they're not looking at any OP heroes right now. They're just banning the ones that they see and deem as a threat. And if I recall correctly, banning carry is meant to be a bit of a blocker for Ainu. But again, Media Prima, Diggy, they just do not like Diggy. That's like the third ban consecutively. We don't care what you take. Just no Diggy. We're not
Maybe
digging
that's
it. You're not having it.
Someone has to ban Diggy, right? So if it's not gonna be IPG banning, it's got to be Media Prima banning it. It's like the must ban. Yeah.
I'm equally on the same bandwagon of curiosity as you are now, Mitch. I really wonder what is Diggy bringing in here. Oh, they've heard our piece again. Tigreal is in the game.
All right.
Interesting.
Are you excited?
So I am. All tanks have essentially come out. Sonzi, I believe, was the Estes player, and has I guess in the ban of Estes, opted to go with a tank. And I think it's also a very interesting choice of tank, right? I think it's a bit of a rehaul with this particular hero. Interesting mage choice. They're going with Selena.
No, I think they might be, because Selena is not banned this round.
It is
That could
nerfed
be
this season though. So happy to
So
stand
it's
corrected
not
if that's
really
what I'm leaning towards.
Sylvana.
it's not really
Your
like a
team is
powerful
banning.
hero.
It was a powerful hero, but I've read. But look, it's just one article, so like it's not something to be quoted as a source of truth. But someone was just commenting that it's been nerfed to a point where it's almost like useless this particular round. But I'll be very curious. But I think ultimately opted to go back with a Sylvana. I believe this was also the same hero that was used last round. Arman Sufi is in his element. I think he got to pick the hero that he really liked. I remember him really rocking that Guinevere very, very early on. I think this is the first time we're seeing IPG take Atlas. All right, strategic bans all around. Hecate, which was the one that was actually deployed to great effect last round, has been banned. Claude, which was the one that really gave Media Prima a little bit of a scare, has also been banned. So very, very interesting choices that are coming out right now.
Wow, and also like as you were talking and telling me about the 2 tank strat earlier, realized that Media Prima is running
Your
the 2 tank
team is
strat
picking.
instead, right? So both teams are now running 2 tank strats. If I'm reading this correctly.
Yep, everyone's been taking a 2 tank strat. A little bit more balance on IPG end. They kind of have like a mage, a marksman in Bruno, and a fighter in Guinevere on the back of the 2 tanks. Equally diverse, to be fair. On the side of Media Prima, they have a fighter in Sylvana. They've opted for Granger. So and Lancelot is the assassin is in. So again, it's going to be super, super interesting to see how this plays out. Right off the bat, it does still feel like Media Prima's lineup looks a little bit more aggressive. I wouldn't say IPG is like super defensive. I think they kind of have like a very good mix of players. So not a battle of two extremes. I think it's a bit of a different lineup. I think that ban, the strategic calls and the bans they put in place made all the difference in the world. So having a bit difficulty trying to see what's going to happen in this game, because I've not seen IPG use a lineup like this before. But definitely, I think Media Prima is, without a few of their favorite heroes, still leaning towards offensive.
But it's the reason why you said Media Prima is a little bit offensive in like the structure, right? It's because of the assassin pick.
The assassin needs to be like super aggressive. You need to traverse around the map. A Granger is also like a marksman that generally rushes in front. So they're still going to be looking to get their kills in place. So it does feel a lot more aggressive. Whereas if I try to think about a particular hero that's very aggressive from IPG side, I think the one that stands out is really Guinevere. But then that can also be defensive, right? To counter and jump in when the enemy is like banding together to sort of like do an area stun.
Yep, that makes sense. So like notice, right, like we were in middle lane earlier, and like I feel like Media Prima is already going on the offensive. If you look at the mini map right now, it's almost like they're really trying to move in, trying to move closer towards the IPG team, and that's probably what they're gonna do moving forward. So that would be interesting to watch. I like watching aggressive moves, actually.
Absolutely. And look, the placement right now is like letting the chess pieces fall where they are. But Media Prima really supporting both the marksman and the assassin on two fronts. So notice how they've strategically divided the tanks. And looking for, again, a bit of early action at the bottom lane right now. Bruno, given enough time to farm.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think to be fair, I think Bruno is also an equally strong marksman. So given enough time to farm, he is capable of doing equally devastating damage and wreaking havoc on enemy lines.
Isn't Bruno like a favorite of Team Google, one of Team Google's players?
Oh yes, and I do believe that she plays it quite well as well. It's always a matter of making sure that you buy enough time for your Bruno to actually shine. I've seen flashes of brilliance indeed.
Nice. I'm looking forward to like watching Team Google, play again. I hear that they are gonna do a friendly against Maxis at some point. Ooh, I know. Taking a lot of damage, has to move away here. Look, Media Prima's already trying to go in for the aggression, going in onto IPG, but so close to the tower, right? So they aren't able to really take anything home yet.
Yeah, look, Mitch, I think we have to, we should buckle up over here. Despite all the skirmishes and offense, I note with some degree of glee, no less, that the score is still 0-0. And what that tells me is, both teams kind of know what they're doing. Both teams are still taking very tempered, measured approaches to trying to figure out and, trying to find that slightest chink in the armor, that small opening. So this is great. We were seeing a potential gank happening at the bottom. Not going to happen. Sylvana is clearly a very good reader of the game and pulls back just in time.
Yep, so again, like we saw briefly the items that they chose. And remember, I always talked about how Media Prima, when they want to go aggressive, they always do the 3 mask strat. It looks like they're doing the same thing as well. So there's 3 players on Media Prima side with the mask, which means they're gonna try and channel the EXP and gold to their star players to try and make this work. Look, Media Prima is even trying to go in on Arman Sufi here on the top lane. But first blood goes to IPG actually, but very quickly equalized by Media Prima here.
Initiate retreat.
Yep, good comeback in that regard. Oh, Sylvana finding herself in at a bit stretched a bit too far out. Oh, could this be a second kill? Are they gonna punish Kufra for diving in a bit too late?
Kufra tried, right, to try and bring it to a 1-to-1 trade. I think he realized like he needed that, but he did it maybe like a split second too late.
I think Media Prima should capitalize because Granger is at its strongest right now. He's got 3 buffs going for it, including the turtle one. I think they should proactively look to gank right about now. Given that he's already like level 8, they're in a position to really do some damage and try and gain a bit of advantage.
So as we were talking, actually, Media Prima took down one more member of IPG. I noticed they were caught out here, so now they're going to fight over this buff here. A lot of damage. Everybody's just clustered together, but Media Prima still comes out on top. Cowering King is going to die as well. Miro tanking the tower shots so that Ainuk could get the damage out here.
Yep, I think the IPG was just they just were a little bit too spread out to actually be able to marshal the backup to counter attack in time, and Media Prima was did do the right thing by going on offensive in that regard. But
whoa, I know. Look at that! Like he just one-manned everybody and managed to escape that.
Resurrecting soon.
Trying to score a quick kill and get out there as quickly as possible didn't happen. And
but
again,
you know what
look,
this
you
does,
got
right? You know what this does?
What?
This shows their dominance. This actually really like puts the flag down. It says like, I'm here to fight you and I will not be afraid to take on any of you if you step out of lane. I think that's a strong message.
Yeah. And again,
look at
this. We're seeing a lot of skirmishes. This is it. They are still 5 versus 4 until Lance appears. So if they're able to capitalize, Team IPG might just be able to win this. Yes, one's down. Are they going to take down the marksman? Just got to be a little bit wary about Lancelot being there right now, trying to equalize the score. Oh, will they get this?
Look at this fight. They did get a lot of members from Media Prima though. I noticed they were trying to maybe catch someone like out of unaware, right? So they were hiding in the bush towards the second half of the fight. So Media Prima was just trying to, ooh, Rhinus, what are you doing going in like that against 3 members? Remember I said like, they plant the flag. They really like, they want to say, oh, I'm not afraid to go against you 1-on-3, 1-on-2. But sometimes that kind of strategy, depending on what phase of the game we're in, that might be a little bit too strong. And that's what we saw just now.
Yeah, we had. I think Sylvana was caught in the weeds there, literally. I think she was trying to portal back home, but realized that couldn't be done because, the enemies were just a bit too close. So did a bit of a kamikaze run. But I really feel like Team IPG, this was the counter that we really needed. And I think Bruno, their marksman, is getting the momentum that he needs. And that's that is almost half the battle won when you have a strong foundation that way. Tigreal,
Whoa, Minky. Yep.
Unstoppable.
just
In a world of pain, just like trying to get out of that, he just
Turtle
froze for like a
resurrecting
couple of seconds. Really couldn't move there.
it's really good defense, and I think Team Media Prima is just caught a little bit off guard there, and just a bit of a discordant step that just resulted in some of their heroes dying one by one. So I think they just gotta really start getting it together and being a little bit more coordinated.
Yeah, all the fights breaking out, right? You notice that they're all initiated now by IPG, and they're always together. They're moving as a single team. And what they're doing is therefore then catching Media Prima off guard all the time. Like all these little picks, one by one, Miro are going down. Earlier we saw Rhinus going down. And notice now they've, I think, ganged up on someone in the middle here and taken that person down as well. Oh, there we go. So it's like one by one, the members of Media Prima die without being able to respond. That's a different Media Prima from the one we saw last series, no?
Wholeheartedly agree. I think Media Prima is just going up there one at a time and getting slaughtered in the process. They need they need to start getting all 5 players in there and not go in one after another. And Team IPG is showing them how it's done. Like, this is how we stick together. This is all 5. We are Voltron. We're never leaving each other. Okay, maybe Atlas is looking to do a little bit of attempting to have a wedge attack.
Oh, they're
there we
gonna
go.
initiate though this
Oh,
time. But IPG
wow.
is ready. Whoa!
That
is
was
a
too
wipe.
many people. Just on the receiving end of a very well-placed Guinevere ultimate. Amazing. And the assassin it's just really hard for Lancelot to pick anything right now if they're just sticking together so closely.
Yeah, which is interesting, right? Because Tigreal is the person who's supposed to pull everybody together with his ultimate, but IPG is already doing that for him. He's just not able to get in anything at this point, even though that's his like skill. And his skill works best when everybody's clumped up together. But maybe that's the strategy. That's how they counter Tigreal. You be clumped up together already, so it doesn't matter whether you move us together or not.
Yeah. No, and I'm just kind of wondering how is it, because I just looking at the team fights right now, clearly Team Media Prima has a very aggressive damage dealing piece. They've been losing a couple of skirmishes, but I'm just getting a sense that IPG is like feeling really tankish. And is it because of Atlas? Can Atlas just, is that the reason why he's particularly OP this season, where he's just able to take up that much more damage? Or actually, you've got the other tank in Sonzi that may have also like healing abilities. That could be the reason. But I think IPG is, and I think they're keeping to their DNA. I think they're just coming across as very tankish, very resilient, and the damage dealers
Look at that!
are just.
Look at that Lord fight! Oh my god! So Media Prima tried to interrupt, but that's completely out of the picture right now. IPG is just saying, nope, we'll detach immediately. And it was very well timed, right? It's very well coordinated. It's like they were fighting. Lord was probably down like more than half health. And then they saw Media Prima moving in. Immediately, everybody disengaged. Immediately, the call was like, let's go get these people. And they did. So they left Lord behind. They took down most of Media Prima. And now they're even in the base. And middle lane is basically clear.
This is incredible. Like, IPG is just, look, we know what a great team Media Prima is, but IPG is just taking them through the motions. They are just being absolutely world class right now.
Oh, so it looks like Media Prima's going to go in because they've got one member of IPG down, but Miro goes down as well. So now it's a 4v4. And now actually the tides have turned, so Media Prima's feeling a little bit stronger here. Once they get the pick of someone on IPG's side, the fight's not initiated by IPG. It's not in their favor, and that's how they come back from this. So I think that's the only way they can do this.
you gotta wonder why they were lingering outside the base for so long with Atlas being so far away from them. Like, what were they actually trying to achieve? I thought that a well-timed Guinevere jump there would have made all difference in the world, but it seemed like she did not have the ulti ready at that point, so wasted opportunity. But good to see Media Prima immediately sort of like find their pace. They're going for the Lord. They're taking advantage to take a bit of a breather to try and catch up in terms of goal and item farming. And I think that at this point is the right thing to do, because I think Media Prima needs to control their own pacing. They need to kind of like get it together for a bit and then find that step back.
Yes, so I think that, the fact that they took Lord, I actually half expected them to go in again and go in really fast on IPG space, but they actually took the time to scatter and really make use of that. But now, unfortunately, one person is no match for all of IPG, even with Lord. Media Prima's rest of the team is here, and they're here to back their teammates up and back Lord up. Sonzi is just going to go down here. He's going to go give up. He's the sacrifice as Media Prima moves in to take the tower now of
Could this
IPG.
be GG? Could this be?
I don't
Could
know.
this be a surprise? The creeps, they need to buy enough time to last for creeps. No, I don't think they'll be able to
I
take
don't
this.
think so. Yeah.
They should
I think it
organize
might be a
a
little bit
strategic
too
retreat.
soon. They do manage to get the middle tower though, so that means that there's more openings for them to go in for a next push. Notice also the minion waves coming in the middle. That's going to be a problem for IPG if they don't chase Media Prima far enough out of the base, which they do. So Media Prima's going to say, well, we'll come back like in the next 2 minutes or so. Get ready.
Look, I really love the play by Mickey just now, Minky, who was the Tigreal. I think that made all the difference in the world, because he came in from the back and he did a perfect area stun that caught all 3 IPG members and sort of pushed them to the direction of the team members. So I think that was the play that turned the tide around. And proving yet again that kills is secondary in this game, because IPG could be 2013, but Media Prima is looking extremely threatening right now, knocking very closely to the base and furiously, having the surprise element of actually being able to just go for the jugular and end the base.
Yeah, absolutely. So like even their gold difference, right? So Media Prima actually has the upper hand right now with the number of towers, the fact that they got a Lord, the fact that 2 towers on IPG's base are wide open and their bases, their fountains basically half health. So, what's stopping Media Prima is, I think, one more team fight, one more pick. Ooh, but that is a 1-on-3 by Rhinus, so that's not the kind of fight that they should be looking for.
I think it's IPG's turn right now to sort of control the game. They are very vulnerable, understandably, that they're kind of sticking closer to base right now because there are no towers to guard them. But staying in base is also a bit of a downward spiral. I think clear the creeps, be ready to town portal back, but you got to start playing some offense. And I think right now what I'm observing here is that both the middle lane is where I think the key battle is going to be decided a little bit, right? Because that's where both bases are unguarded by towers. So I think if there's any major offense that needs to happen, that needs to be a giant push from the center lane by Team IPG. Vice versa for Media Prima. They have the flexibility of coming everywhere right now because they still have towers around everywhere else, right?
Lord resurrecting
Yep.
soon.
So what is happening now is Media Prima wants to get control of the area around Lord, because Lord has just spawned. So if they get just one Lord in, they could just basically have Lord push anywhere, and then they take the opposite end, and that's basically it, right? Because the base is wide open. So that's their strategy right now. They're trying to prevent IPG from interrupting that process. Also remember, like if IPG goes down, any one of IPG goes down at this point, and Media Prima's stronger, that's also game over for them. But looks like Media Prima's just gonna get melted here. IPG sticking to their 5-man, moving in one by one for the kill. Yep.
My goodness, the divide and conquer. I mean, it was. I think they can't. Media Prima got it right. They divided and conquer. The three heroes were to buy time for both Minky and the reporter to sort of like take down the Lord. But to trade Lord for three heroes didn't quite make sense either. They weren't supposed to engage. I think they should. I think they should have gone in with the mindset of buying time, and they just kind of got themselves completely compromised, but with and not able to leverage on the Lord effectively.
Yeah, it's not entirely fatal because Media Prima is still much stronger, especially now with the Lord, which is why you saw IPG then back off. And they're backing off even now as we speak, because you notice the minions now pushing in from the top and bottom lane. So that's a danger sign, right? As they get pushed in, they get choked back towards their base. That's when Media Prima is advancing. You can really feel it. Like if there was this playing, like music playing in the background, it'd be like the suspense music, before like a giant battle, like in Game of Thrones or something.
Oh wow. That would definitely be a lot more exciting and appropriate than a Lord's dance in this instance, I reckon.
You're never gonna forget the Lord's dance. Okay, we're gonna talk about this in season 3.
It is now a thing. We will have.
Oh!
There we go.
There we go. Initiate onto IPG, who is all bundled up and taking a lot of damage here. Of course, Miro takes a lot of damage himself because he's the front line. They have to back off now because Ainoob is very, very low, so their damage dealer is basically gone. IPG managed to pull that back despite the initiate from Media Prima.
I think the challenge here is, you're absolutely right, Mitch. I think the whole reason why IPG continues to be on the back foot is because I think with the tower destruction, the top and bottom lane creeps are generally stronger, and which is why the push becomes one-sided. And it's very hard for IPG to be able to mount an effective counter attack, especially if they need to dedicate some resource to clearing the top and bottom lane. So they kind of need one aggressive push right now to sort of take an objective. I think if they can't take the base, I think the key of what they need to do is to be able to successfully and impactfully mount off a counter attack from Media Prima and perhaps steal a top tower to sort of relieve the pressure from the stronger creeps coming out from Team Media Prima side end. But in the meantime, if they don't, Team Media Prima continues to go unchecked. They continue to have the advantage of being able to jungle more effectively and farm more effectively. Then mathematically, we're going to see this game to a conclusion, despite the fact that the score is 25-13.
Yeah, I think at this rate though, they're forced back again, you see, into the base. It's not very easy to move as IPG with a group of 5 because it's the very fact that your base is entirely exposed means if you move all together at once, you're leaving one lane open, you're leaving space for the enemy to push in. But they do try, right? So now they're trying to find like a pick off of Media Prima just so they can have the advantage here. But now they're forced back to base. Notice the minions just keep coming because Media Prima has the luxury of split pushing here.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I think the only thing to salvage here right now is really one strong counter attack. IPG needs to take down 2, at least 3 heroes, and then be able to quickly move to neutralize one of the towers, or if not, be able to very quickly launch that push to the middle base and try and end the game. That would be a tall order, though, given the wave of creeps and distance between everybody right now. And of course, Media Prima is unrelentless. They are taking the Lord. They are capitalizing. They are going in inch by inch. And there they have it. I think if they're able to keep all 5 players intact throughout this entire time, I think this game is as good as won, right? I think, with Lord coming out from any point, joint push, pressure from top and bottom, and this is it. This is the last stand. I do think that this is going to be a defining battle in the middle, and that needs to happen.
Yep, I think they're gonna try and back off a little bit. It's a little bit hard for IPG at this stage, and basically Media Prima has them in the exact position they want. IPG is strong when they're all clustered together, but they can't cluster together at this rate, only at the base, which is where they want them to be. And initiate's gonna happen anytime soon. I feel it in my bones. They're gonna try and push in first through this minion wave, and then that's clear for them to go in. Oh, but IPG goes in first. Stuns Miro, but nobody else on his team is backing him up, so he just takes the damage and Cowen King has to back off. Now, I don't know how useful that initiate was, because right now Media Prima goes in for the initiate once the minion wave is cleared. They do get taken down though, so the damage from IPG is strong. Again, remember, right, I said if they're together, that's what happens, but then, you know, it's not enough. Media Prima still manages to deal the damage on the base. GG. Media Prima wins this round.
GG indeed. It was a really well fought battle, definitely befitting that of the finals. Incredible to see. IPG had such a strong start. I still think that when it comes down to skirmishes, as you could see, they continue to actually be able to hold their ground very strongly versus Media Prima. But I think the loss of the tower, as you rightfully put it, made all the difference in the world. I am on a side note super impressed with Atlas. Did you see that last piece damage where he was able to just sort of jump to the front in front of 4 heroes and still managed to come back with 40% of his life back? And that's actually a show of how strong Atlas can be as a tank.
Yeah, that's probably why he's being banned in a lot of the matches that we've seen so far. But still, I guess this was a very strategic game. I feel like true. The fact that I think Media Prima caught on to IPG's strategy after the first few fights where we saw IPG was dominating. They realized that IPG needed to stick together. So then what they did was they really then tried to spread these members out so that they could not do that. Therefore, then picked them off and the strength then shifted to Media Prima. I think that made a lot of difference.
Yeah, it's a bit of pity. I think, IPG's SMEB played really well. I think he really had a very strong Bruno, and it was real pity that it was not able to leverage on that momentum. There was flashes of brilliance all around, I thought. Guinevere really had some really spot-on jumps in the beginning that turned the tide and really gave IPG a very solid head start in stunning all the heroes. Minky from Media Prima's side, I still remember that play at the bottom where he came from behind and again sort of like deployed his ulti to stun 3 players and push to the enemy side. So I feel like it was a really, really exciting game. And I think there were flashes of brilliance just across the board from both sides of the divide.
I completely agree. I think this finals, in terms of strategy, in terms of like, just me trying to decipher what the teams are doing, like the story just got really clear towards the end, and I don't think we saw that in season 1 of Battle of the Brands, right? Battle of the Brands season 1 felt like a clash of titans, but this one felt like a clash of brains almost. Like people were really like their strategic thinking was really on point.
You're right. I think the differences between season 1 and 2, you kind of had like back then Team Cellcom and Team U Mobile. I would have to say that the skill levels were a little bit more apparent. Now, that's not necessary to say that it's very different. It's very different to where we are today because it's like comparing apples to oranges, right? For the first, it's a completely different season and a completely different player mix. So you're right. I think what we can appreciate here was a nice, well drawn out fight that sort of that sort of made it look and really feel like it was a proper tango, right? There was a score here, there was a counter there, then there was a dash here, there was a parry, and so on and so forth. So it was really nice to see both teams weaving in and out, scoring, counter scoring, and being able to put up and give hopefully our spectators such an amazing show.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed this particular fight. I think, so it's not so much a Lord dance anymore, but a dance that lasted the entire game. Like when you mentioned tango, I was just like, yeah, this is the game dance. This is Mobile Legends, the dance of Mobile Legends. What does that look like?
The Game of Thrones tango, with suspenseful music, as you were alluding to earlier.
Yeah, that's right. So we're gonna go and take a quick break. But when we come back, we're gonna come back with Game 2 of the Grand Finals. Stay tuned, guys.
See you in a bit, folks.
Won't you take me home and give me wings to fly? We can be alone in the castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Won't you take me We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Won't you take me home and give me wings to fly? We can be alone in the castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Won't you take me home?
And we're back, and welcome back to YouTube's Battle of the Brands as we enter the finals and round 2 between this epic match between Team Media Prima and Team IPG. And an exciting round that came by. I was just blown away. I thought, it's just good to see that it was not one-sided, and both teams didn't necessarily. Both teams really have to work hard to actually be able to earn that. So amazing kudos and well fought for both teams. And looking forward again to see if there's going to be a shake-up and change in terms of banning, in terms of hero selection.
Yeah, I think I'm
Alright,
looking forward to this for sure, right?
team is banned.
I'm gonna make a caster prediction. I'm gonna say that this will go on to a game 3.
You reckon? You think IPG is gonna be able to come
Your
back
team
with a
is
bit
banned.
of a vengeance here?
I think so. I think they've both been teams that are seriously thinking about strategy, and I think this round they're gonna be able to respond to what Media Prima did. So let's definitely watch for that.
But I think definitely the right bans once more are sort of being put in place.
Your
Estes
team
is
is
definitely a hero to ban if you're looking to actually sort of incapacitate IPG a little bit. I think it is a fair choice to also be banning
Your
Kufra.
team is
Um,
picking.
I kind of wonder, Sylvana. It seems like a very substantial hero. Was it worthy of the ban?
Your team is picking.
Clearly, I think Team IPG would know best, having just played the last round with them. And
Oh, interesting. Though.
surprisingly,
Yeah, so Atlas is on Media Prima's side this round.
I would have expected that hero to be the first one to be banned, because I felt that Atlas was really, really strong and played in the right hands of IPG. But again, I do recall flashes of brilliance with Johnson when IPG was actually controlling this hero. So that's always very exciting to see. Arman Sufi was deadly with Harith. So that is again very exciting to see. So look, I wouldn't take that wager, Mitch. I wouldn't take that wager
Your team
against you.
is
I think
picking.
you're right. I think there's a very strong possibility that we might be seeing a round 3, because just looking at the first 2 heroes reminds me that IPG is very, very well capable of bouncing back into this. I think they were world-class players still in the last game, and that was very evident throughout the first half of the match. Short of the
Your
surprise
team
swing.
is banning.
Yeah,
So
and
this is
the
very
fact that they
similar.
have Harith, right? The fact that they have Harith this round as well, it could very well be in their favor. Even though Atlas went to Media Prima's side.
Yeah, and Leslie.
Your
So
team
it's
is
looking
banned.
very familiar. I think this was the same IPG. This is the same team lineup minus Estes that sort of got IPG to actually cruise beyond. So I think a lot boils down to what that replacement is going to be. But I recall Sonzi played the tank quite well as well. I think he got a pretty high performance rating. It came across as a goal. No surprises from Media
Your
Prima
team is
here.
picking.
It is 2 tanks, so perhaps the surprises come in this sense where both tanks are different now, right? You've got Atlas, and they did not take a high loss the last round. I think that has to be due to the fact that they are no longer able to take Kufra, which is banned. Hikert, the assassin,
team
has been
is
removed,
picking.
and of course, alas, we will never see Diggy play in this round of YouTube's Battle of the Brands, because
Hey, but it was
IPG
open for a short while, right? So it could have happened. It's just people didn't pick it.
yeah, well, they banned it anyway. They're not taking any chances. Oh, interesting play. Hayabusa for Ainoob. So sticking to the assassin but rotating a little bit, and Guinevere for Rhaenys. So it's interesting. Sonzi is also taking a different hero. I believe this
Your
one was
team
a
is
mage
picking.
from the previous round.
You're right. Oh, Guinevere on Media Prima now though. So Media Prima pretty much taking IPG's heroes and using them at this point. Very, very interesting.
Yeah. What I'm just trying to recall what is the name of this specific hero? Kadita. She's the one with the water skills. That's the one that she's sort of taking. So again, two tanks. You've got Johnson and Minotaur. One mage, two mages, and one marksman / assassin. So very very balanced play from Team IPG over there, and a familiar play from Team Media Prima. So again, both sides seems to be very determined in sticking to what they're very familiar with. Although I will say that with Team IPG's approach this round, two mages also means that they're in a position to be a little bit more offensive. And I think, that's the sort of thing that could be very interesting, because if you're playing better offense than the other person, that could be the X factor, and Media Prima might just be caught off guard by a sudden swing from defense to offense, for example.
Yep. I've got a little note here from Media Prima. We're not going to game 3. Our players are hungry, so they will finish it this round. Make of that what you will, Stan. Make of that what you will.
That's incredible. And gotta love the confidence that they bring to the table.
We'll see if that really plays out. Yeah.
Don't get between a pro's team, between a pro team and their meals, for sure. They are looking to end this fast and with proper incentive.
Yeah, I feel them. Like, food is like my ultimate, right? So but of course I'm hoping for great games. So let's have a very very exciting match, I'm sure, that's about to happen in front of us. So as we see now, actually they're really just in their own jungles, kind of trying to get the usual buffs. So not much happening yet at this stage. Recall also in the first, oh wait, no, I spoke too soon. What? We had kills. Where did those kills happen?
Well, it looks like the middle lane, and you've got Hylos that's going to the top lane right now to sort of like support a little bit. But yes, immediately this game has started with blows being landed on both sides. You know what I think would make this game a lot more exciting, Mitch? I think, we were just listening to somebody commenting earlier that the winner gets 1 day off from their company. Wouldn't that be awesome? Like, you play and everybody gets like an additional day leave. Then you've got some serious things happening.
Hey, I hope our country managers watching. Like, can we do that? If Team Google wins, like we'll train them. I will make sure that they become like super pro. So then we can all
gets a holiday.
Yeah, I'm sure we're all on board for that.
That would be amazing.
But the guy's message was actually, Monday we work from home. So that's not a day off, actually. It's working from home.
Oh, right. Gotcha. Oh, there you go. But still, that would have been an epic prize. Like, if you guys win this, that's going to be like a holiday all around.
Yeah, we should propose that for season 3, right? I think we should. Media Prima noticed they're closing in on IPG here, who are caught at their tower and gets taken down. At least one person goes down. Arman Sufi.
Right. Really bringing on a super aggressive A game this early in. And I think, it's 3 minutes, 3 kills. That, with an average of 1 kill per minute, that's nothing. It's not short on excitement, that's for sure.
Oh, a fight happening here at the buff as well. IPG goes down. 2 members immediately melted at this buff. Ooh, told you Media Prima is going in really, really aggressively. They must be really hungry.
Yeah, they be hungry. They're like, look guys, look, my dish is getting cold. Let's wrap this up. Let's go down there and let's wrap this up. Get that turtle. Let's wrap this up. Yep, that's the tone that's playing in my head right now. They are just playing with a vengeance.
Yeah, they're hoping that IPG feeds them, if you get what I mean.
Touché, madame. You have your moments. I'll give you that one.
Thank you. It takes a lot to get recognition from Stan the Man and his jokes.
Oh wow, that was great. I'm still basking in the afterglow of that joke.
Thank you. So we're gonna see some action again in middle lane, where Media Prima is going in hard on Yoon P does manage to leave this fight for now, but they're definitely again, planting their feet in the ground, going like, I'm gonna go try take you down, no matter what you do.
They are definitely having a substantial head start. So I think from both from both goal, kill, and level perspective, I think they're sort of there. Their heroes are definitely looking a lot tankier this round. So
Ooh! That was a great hook in, and then they managed to pull Yunpi back here. So then they kill Yunpi fairly fast. Rhinus gets away with a sliver of health. Arman Sufi goes down. But this is 2-for-1 trade. Very good. 3-for-1 trade, sir.
Yep, and that is Media Prima extending the score to like 7-1. They really needed to bring IPG. We needed to bring the fight closer to the tower to actually be able to put it to their advantage. But look, this is starting to become a little bit one-sided, unfortunately. But it's still not. It's still IPG is far. The game is far from over. They really need to start again, being able to cohesively start putting some strong ganks in place.
That's a great entrance. Even Yunpi gets taken down. The Johnson goes down really, really fast. Sonzi as well. There's only one person on the side of IPG left here because Media Prima just really managed to take that home. So what happened was so Minky peeked, right? So they saw that IPG was coming their way, and then they immediately backed off, tried to deal as much damage as possible in the middle. And then what happens was then I think Rhinus went in and Guinevere ulting was basically it. Took that fight back home to Media Prima.
That was a brilliant jump from Guinevere, wasn't it? I think that must have impacted a total of like three heroes as well. And a good Guinevere never seems to miss. Every jump is spot on precision, and that's where it creates a healthy amount of paranoia with the opposing team because they're afraid to cluster too closely together for fear of a Guinevere just jumping in there and then wrecking everything, right?
Yep, that's right. Also, Media Prima typing a chat here. The reporter has actually subbed himself out. He said, some players from Media Prima need to go to work now. News never stops.
The reporter is arguably on the way to report what seems to be an impending, astounding victory, I imagine.
It does look that way with 11-1 on the scoreboard here. And actually more like almost double the amount of gold in Media Prima's favor. In fact, the towers are all just melting. Like they're not even towers anymore. They're just like rocks or bugs to be stepped on. They're really taking this seriously.
Minky putting a bit of a cheeky emoticon over there just to show how close they are to the base. But I think you may be onto something, Mitch. We are barely 8 minutes into the game, and already all the towers are essentially gone for IPG side. Like, what happened here? Like, is it because of the hero combination that just kind of didn't work, or?
Whoa! Look at that! That was a very good initiate. Basically, tossing members of IPG in front of them so they could get those kills in first. And now they're just ignoring everything. Is taking all the players down. It's a complete wipeout at this stage. Yeah. I think this is what hunger does to you. This is exactly what.
I think Media Prima should stay hungry. Like, just like in real life, you gotta stay hungry, stay foolish. Media Prima staying really, really hungry and just absolutely devouring everything in sight.
Oh, Stonzi's not giving up just yet though. Look at that. He manages to bring it back. Prevents Media Prima from getting the final hits on the base. But I gotta say, right, like this level of aggression is probably like twice what we've seen initially. Like I feel like if they've been playing aggressively before and called that aggression, this is probably like rage mode lah. This is like Super Saiyan.
Yeah, this is really them taking it to the next level. I do feel like getting the right set of heroes makes all the difference in the world. A bit of a last stand and a final cry of defiance by Team IPG to sort of put their foot down and show that they are far from being put out from the game.
Wow, look,
Some
Ainuk just took
convincing
down
kills
3
there.
people. Ainuk took down 4 people. Ainuk's just really hungry. I think
Is
he's
he
the
going for
hungriest of the lot.
Savage? Is he
He
going
is.
for Savage? Is he the... Oh, wow! There we go! A Savage!
He's the hungriest. He's the
Five-
hungriest player of the entire game. I'm gonna call it right now. Look at that! He used his ultimate in front of the tower.
World-class ones with no response from Team IPG, and there we go. GG, Media Prima takes it. They are crowned the new kings and queens of YouTube's Battle of the Brands.
Wow, what a game! I'm still in shock, right? Like we started this out going like, yeah, we'll see some very good fights. We'll see like a lot of excitement. I did not expect this level of aggression. I did not expect this level of hunger, and I think it really showed. Congratulations, Media Prima wins not just the match, the series, but they win the Battle of the Brands Season 2. Congratulations!
Congratulations, Team Media Prima, and well fought Team IPG. Truly well deserved. Like that was an astounding world class play, and you showed time and time again, the sort of exciting, aggressive method of playing that is constantly keeping opponents on their toes, which is great to see. And MVP is Aoki Meispaco. So perhaps this is the new player this is the super sub that came in and took the MVP, perhaps.
Maybe, yeah, no, that's definitely the person they subbed out for the reporter. But I gotta say, right, Ainuk alone at the end was just completely like, I don't know, he was like a raging monster. He just took down like 3, 4, 5 people on his own. Like, what was going on?
Yeah, like, I kind of have to agree with you. Like, and I think Ainuk would kind of be a little bit like, the player of the match for consistency, because I think he's just been playing really well again and again throughout the entire game. But of course, as you know, as with any strong team, it's never about any individual. Minky flashes of brilliance with Tigreal and showing that he's perfectly capable of working and rocking at Atlas as well. Rhinus, being such a deadly Guinevere. And if you look at the aggregate stats, everybody's just, above average. They just played really, really, really well.
Yeah, that's right. I think, yeah, you're right. Like, if I were to crown a single MVP, right, for this entire season 2, because we crowned an MVP in season 1, I definitely, hands down, it'd be Ainuk.
All right, and there we have it. Our season 2's wrap up.
And we're gonna just take a very quick look at the results in a short while. And there we go. So today, what happened was IPG was a 2-0 against Boost, and then we saw Media Prima with a very exciting nail-biting 3-match game against MDEC, and they came out victorious. And of course, then going in, steamrolling in, being super hungry to take over from IPG to be the ultimate champion of Battle of the Brands Season 2. I'm so proud. I'm just like, I feel like today was just a series of very, very good matches all around.
And yes, and we have to, in our excitement, once again, turn ourselves into potatoes. And all hail the new kings and queens of YouTube's Battle of the Brands. Congratulations, Team Media Prima. You have been absolutely amazing.
I've got to say, right, I give it to you. Like, this crown, if I could take it off and put it on your heads, Media Prima, I totally would, because you guys deserve this championship. And congratulations! So now you've earned the virtual bragging rights to be the champions of Battle of the Brands Season 2. So from what I understand, like in Season 1 also, like our champions were like super gung-ho, right? So maybe in Season 3 it will be a battle of the champion brands, Battle of the Brand Champion.
Yeah, and we'll say it again. We do hope that at some point someone with a good sense of humor is actually listening to this and saying, you know what, for such a fantastic job. Holidays all around for everybody, like, you know, that, and we hope that generally like happens and everybody gets like a nice proper time to relax and be able to bask in the afterglow of such an amazing victory.
Yeah, and thank you so much, everybody, like all 8 teams, people watching in chat. Thanks so much for participating, for supporting your teams, you know, for just joining us for a very good game of Mobile Legends. Like, I really feel that gaming does things that no other activity could do, and this is just one very good example of how the esports communities can come together and play and have fun, you know, and just really enjoy ourselves, even during a time of like difficulty and uncertainty.
Yep, most certainly. And you know, I think for the rest of the players, of course, a lot can happen between one season to another, as evidently showed. And again, with every new season emerges like new clans and new contenders to the throne. So that's a lot of time between now to the next Battle of Brands for everyone to actually be able to hone their skills and hopefully feel some world-class players, get some world-class practice in there, and really make your mark in the upcoming season.
Yeah, and with that, congratulations once again, Media Prima. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for playing. It's been an honor and pleasure, and we'll definitely see you in Season 3 of Battle of the Brands. This is Michelle.
And this is Stan. Congratulations again. See you in Season 3.
Thank you so much. Signing off. Bye! Have a great weekend.